Hello? Is this working? Alright, who here love Megriot? Wow. Okay, well, hello and welcome to New Moon 2021, Psycho 8, Blood Moon 2. I'm your host, Player Zero, today. So this is the third week of the tournament. Hello, BitMuffin. This is the third week of the tournament, and we've started a top cut. That's 12 out of 38 participants moving up. It's gonna be double elimination. And joining us for this stream covering the winners bracket so far is Soul and Symes.
Hey guys, how you doing? Let's get some Bound and Wreck action going, shall we?
Yeah, we've already seen some insanely hype matches the first 2 weeks in the round robin stage. So we can look forward to even more intense action here in the first week of Top Cut. And so our first matchup so this is a double elimination bracket. The top 12 players advanced. The top 4 players had byes to the second round. So we'll be starting with the first round, and our first matchup for today will be Desmond against WeenieWhistle.
Right. So before we jump into the setups, I want to talk a little bit about the bracket and just how the placements ended up. So what you can see right now is the top cut placements during the round robin stage, and we played again almost 400 matches in 2 weeks, which is pretty incredible, guys. So because of these placements, this is what the bracket is going to start off like. Yeah, shout out to Symes with the 69 points. Rockman Day, June 9th. So because of the placements, the top four have a bye, and so they're gonna be starting in the winners quarterfinals. And so as we follow the beginning of the bracket, we're gonna start with Desmond into WeenieWhistle. So let's get into setups now.
Yeah, and so we've got a classic Gregor against Falser matchup here. On WeenieWhistle's side, we see this V code with the Super Vulcan, Bubble Star, Electragon. And then we also see a Risky Honey 2 and a High Boomer, so that will give WeenieWhistle some extra wood coverage.
What's really interesting here is I feel like the adaptation that WeenieWhistle made to his folder over the course of last new moon, into this blood moon, was what really gave him that edge to like really make his way into this top cut. You know, before it was more like one Electragon, one Bubble Star, one High Boomer, and it was more like a lot of one-ups, and they weren't meshing very well together into nice hands or nice sequences. But now with these extra copies of such powerful chips like Bubble Star to help with that Super Vulcan landing and just to hit double damage on Electragon, we can see some really cool conversions from WeenieWhistle, and I'm hoping to see more of that today.
Yeah, for sure. The V code can be quite effective with some of those bubble elect combos. The one thing you need to watch out for, especially in a Falser matchup, is if they go into Tomahawk, they'll be immune to the bubble status. But we do see the Blast Man in WeenieWhistle's folder to hopefully deal with that Tomahawk cross. And then going over to Desmond's folder, we see the A code along with the folder pack 1.
Now, what's really interesting about this folder pack 1 is it's not very often that we see custs like this, but as of this tournament, we've been seeing a lot more folder pack usage. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely think it's been a pretty underrated Navi cust piece. As we can see there, it fits extremely nicely on the left side with super armor. And so folder pack 1 gives you a cust +1 and also mega folder +1. So having an extra mega chip, either a asterisk code Navi for the utility, or another SP Navi just to have another huge damage threat can definitely be extremely strong.
Now, to go alongside the extra mega folder in the folder, of course, we see not only just Spoutman SP, but the B brothers themselves, Protoman SP and Blastman SP, which are going to be huge for dealing damage, and also complement that grab banish that's in code too. Especially since you can do something like grab banish into Protoman into Blastman consecutively, since during a drag animation, or a big push rather, you can mash in a bunch of different attacks and they will all connect, if you time it correctly, of course.
Yeah, for sure. We'll definitely see, And so one last thing of note before we get into this match, it looks like Desmond has 2 fast gauges. Meanwhile, WeenieWhistle only has 1 slow gauge. So that will definitely give Desmond an advantage there, and we'll have to see how WeenieWhistle is able to play around that.
I'm very interested in seeing the gauge play here as well, but without further ado, let's hop right into this match and see what's cracking. Oh, the animation is so beautiful. Woo! The little chip designs and the way it pops up with the folders. Oh, that was sick. All right, Solid. Yeah, that's a pop off right there. That is definitely a pop off. All right, the combatants are set. So let's go ahead and see who would win in a net battle. Ooh, the side piece music. Hold on a second, bro. Yes, I believe we're watching this from Des' side, as a matter of fact. So shout outs to Des using the sound patch and getting us this beautiful music right now, ready to flex this early first round match. Let me see it.
And so on the rock cube field, we see Desmond immediately going for the Dust Cross with Life Aura. And WeenieWhistle is opting not to use a cross at all. Ooh, connects with the Bubble Star into a charge shot.
Ooh, and narrowly dodging 2 of those giant rock cubes, making their way down to the bottom row. WeenieWhistle doing so good so far, and there it is, the first fast gauge.
People in chat are saying, wait, Falzer is the sound patch now? No, unfortunately, the sound patch is still just for Gregor. For Falzer, you only still have the cheat codes to change the music.
Thankfully, you can still do that, but the real disadvantage here is that you can't really go for like multiple musics playing throughout each round. You have to stick to the one that you're just listening to. So it's still cool, man. Better just a difference in music, I'll take it, right?
And we see there, Desmond blows away WeenieWhistle's Life Aura with that wind track. And into Beast Out. And with WeenieWhistle and Charge Cross, we'll see if that Aqua Sword can connect.
Okay, this hand is actually really insane, especially with that Aqua Sword, and it seems like we will see it. I think it might be a better idea to go with the Aqua Sword before Bees, but we'll see how it plays out. Nice, well timed, and it worked out! Very nice sequencing from Des here.
And so, Desmond has a big lead now after that last turn. He's up by about just over 750 HP. And we now see WeenieWhistle going for the Electros. Ooh!
Nice counter hit. Gonna get some big damage here with the Spoutman SP as well. And in the hand, we do see a base anomaly waiting to be thrown out. Now, this base anomaly, even if the opponent goes for like a recovery here or something like that, they'll still be killed as long as they're under 441 HP. Base anomaly will kill. So it's gonna be interesting to see if. Wait, I don't even think recovery's in play here in WeenieWhistle. Nah, there isn't. So this is actually gonna be a very close round here.
Yeah, we'll see if WeenieWhistle can go for a cute force play or something this turn. That would be the only way I could really see them closing the gap here in this first round.
Anti-damage is in play, but this area gap will come down here. Oh, and deleted by the anti-damage. Oh, unfortunate. But we do have game 2, so let's see how the adjustments are made for WeenieWhistle. Okay, so let's break it down. What went well for WeenieWhistle in the last match? Well, I feel like they were able to do a decent amount of pressure with charge shots, but they kind of heavily got outplayed because of this fast gauge and because Des was able to deny a few of those charges. So right now we need to see better placement. Oh, yeah, that's a really good way to start this off with a nice combo like that. Fast gauge finally in play, so will we see the slow gauge immediately after? No. Yes, this battle music is definitely amplifying the match as we go into this next round here. Now, what's interesting is that we have 2 Bs, a Wind Rack, and this Aqua Sword. So we can do a significant amount of damage to either Electros here, or even if a Charge Cross is put into the play, or Heat Cross is put into the play next turn.
For sure, one of the biggest strengths of A-Code is that it has so much coverage, especially against Gregor. But we see WeenieWhistle going for the /cross play here into the Sanctuary.
This Sanctuary here is going to be really good to do, to like lessen a lot of that damage that he's going to take this turn. Oh, man, that was close.
Yeah, and so we're still in fast gauge here, so that with that /cross, WeenieWhistle actually was not able to get anything going this turn. But so it should be noted that the only out to Sanctuary in Desmond's folder is the Element Man, so, and that is nowhere to be found, so Desmond is just gonna have to deal with these holy panels from WeenieWhistle, which cut all that damage in half.
Because of the Beast Rush, Des was able to find themselves on a holy panel as well, so it's gonna take reduced damage from that Tengu Man. And speaking of Sanctuary panels, it's gonna lessen the damage from these Beast Rush combos as well. We do find Erase Man and Judge Man, and not the Element Man, so this will play a huge role in this upcoming turn, reducing the damage significantly, allowing WeenieWhistle to adapt in some kind of way, but what adaptation are we waiting for? We're gonna have to see it now.
And we see the Heat Cross coming out, and ooh, connects on that Tomahawk Cross.
Raceman will miss here. Oh, the Beast Rush was mistimed. Oh man, unfortunate. But this will give WeenieWhistle another shot. Maybe they can help. That can help close out this round here.
Yeah, I think giving up on Duskcross so early is really working against Desmond here, because if they still had Dust, they could dig for that Element Man to remove the Sanctuary, but without Duskcross, it seems like that Element Man was buried pretty far back in the folder, so... And also with Duskcross, Desmond could have used the Dust Beast charge to break the Sanctuary, but...
Revenge will whiff here as well. I think this is a Colonel Force play. Judgeman's gonna be pretty decent here to slow down the movements here, but we're most likely gonna see a cross cancel next turn, and Base doing significant damage, but not quite killing here. Oh man, and now we get the hyped up, speed up version of the Side Beast battle theme, and it's gonna be, oh, it's crazy right now. Anything can happen in the next turn. What's it gonna be? Nice! And the Buster Gun will clear it out for that game too. And we're moving on to the full set. Let's see it.
Yeah, it was definitely a great adaptation from WeenieWhistle in that second round after a very one-sided first round from Desmond, so we'll see if Desmond is able to adapt to what WeenieWhistle did in that second round here in this final round.
Oh man. There it goes, going into Electros once again, and Erase Man going for it, and the accidental TFC. This will delete this Duskcross and reduce the flow significantly for deaths here. Luckily, Custate is in play, so it won't be as bad here. And we see another bubble combo. Amazing damage done in the first turn. Now, what's scary here is that this fast gauge is only going to propel the turn forward faster for deaths. And this might end up meaning that a wind rat can be found in Weenie Hustle's hand.
Desmond has anger and already has that base anomaly. We could be about to see the ×2 base anomaly play here. I think if you're Desmond, you have to go for it here.
Oh, 4 discs of 320, that's 1280 damage.
Oh,
that's big damage, but the TFC and the anti-damage is up here and will protect WeenieWhistle from this big amount of damage here.
That was a huge swing, and now we see the slow gauge coming out from WeenieWhistle here. So this will be almost 60% of a slow gauge turn, where WeenieWhistle has these Electros charge shots, and ooh, a bunch of them are connecting. Desmond is down by about 950 HP right now. And the second fast gauge we see isn't in Desmond's hand either without that Duskcross, so this will be another turn of slow gauge that Desmond will have to survive against this Gregor.
The good thing about this is we at least have Bs to help with the D-Cross here, and we do have a ways to confirm it. So we can do a significant amount of damage here, but with the slow gauge means you'll still be at the mercy of taking multiple charge shots, which is exactly what WeenieWhistle wants to do here, especially since we don't have the fast gauge in hand just yet. So it's going to be interesting to see how Death plays out with this one. Oh, and the change cross here into Sanctuary. That's going to reduce another big amount of damage from Death here, especially in a slow gauge turn. Oh, the counter hit! Nice!
Yeah, but as we can see on those holy panels, these attacks are all doing reduced damage, so, and with all these charge tackles coming in, Desmond is now down to just 75 HP.
And man, not fighting that fast gauge again with no out in hand for this Sanctuary in play. This is looking really bad for Death really fast. Yeah, I would be sitting at this gauge for a lot too. I don't know what I would do in this situation. We can do a significant amount of damage with these SP Navis and Erase Man, but because of that Sanctuary, they're gonna be the equivalent of using level 1 Navi chips. This is really tough. And the Beast out! Does that mean we're gonna see Colonel Force's turn?
Colonel Force or maybe the Super Vulcan. Oh, rip. Oh, rip.
Oh no! Forcing the use of Rush and getting completely punished for it! Oh man, that was insane!
So after an explosive first round by Desmond, WeenieWhistle was able to come back and take those next 2 rounds. And so WeenieWhistle will move on in the bracket where Desmond will have to go down into the losers bracket. So with double elimination, you have to lose twice before you're out. So Desmond is for now still alive, just down in the losers bracket. But definitely a very exciting first set to watch. Well played to both players. And for our next match, we will be moving on to HonorNite versus Rocku.
Oh man, HonorNite versus Rocku. This is gonna be an insane match. HonorNite's been on fire since last week, and I want to see if that momentum will carry forward into this week's rounds. I'm really interested in seeing how this turns out for him, but Rocku is no slouch either, making it into the top 12 brackets. We can see some explosive gameplay from both players, but let's look at HonorNite's site for a really quick second here. It's very unusual in the fact that it's playing 3 Elect Pulses and 4 Wind Racks with not much other follow-up other than those 3. Like, usually we'd see something accompanying that, like maybe something like, let's say, Lance to help out with the combo, maybe Bees to help out with the defensive part of the turns, but no, we just see those Elect Pulses and Wind Racks. What do you think about that, Symes?
Yeah, so, HonorNite is going for a Falzer Buster setup here, as we see with the 5 area grabs. And the Hub Batch, his game plan is to use Dust Dig to get that Hub Batch as soon as possible to get those max Buster stats. And so one of the big counters to Dust Dig strategies is Erase Beast. And what those Pulse Rack combos allow him to do is those completely can completely threaten Erase Beast, because it's just like you're pretty much guaranteed to get smacked by at least one of those Wind Racks and lose your Erase. So I think his game plan is in the early game to go for those Pulse Rack combos, and then pop the Hub Batch, and then go for like use all those area grabs to go for like a Tengu and Tomahawk cross plays with the charge shots and just wear the opponent down. The one thing about his setup that I think is very interesting is that even with all these J-code chips, he doesn't have any recoveries.
So it's really interesting, but we do see some forms of defense, obviously with the Barrier 200, Invisibles, etc., etc. And really, the pressure from the charge shots is what's really going to push this folder over the edge, obviously, in terms of damage. But we do see something like Judgment SP, since it's in code with the J's. I think it's going to be really important, especially for not getting roll locked himself. But with 5 area grabs and double Judgment, I don't see that happening. And it is a little bit weird to not see recover J's in folders, simply because they go along with the J-code theme as well. But I do see reason not to run it, since things like Full Cust are really important for fixing your hands with dust or trying to propel yourself forward. Oh wait, we do see recover 300s in this hand. It's It's very bizarre, but it's like under. Oh, okay, never mind. That was a quick error. Don't look at that.
Yeah, but HonorNite definitely had a extremely strong showing in the round robin stage. He had like over 20 wins or something and only like 4 losses, so I mean he beat me in the round robin stage, so that, I mean, there you go, right there. So he's definitely I'd say one of the favorites heading into this bracket. But on the other side, just to briefly go over it, we have Rocku here, who's a relatively new player. They've entered some of the previous few new moons, though, including Link Navies earlier. They used your boy, the Bubble Boy.
Yes, sir, the Bubble Boy himself, one of the crew. I got a root for my boy, and he's representing the Bubble Boy theme with the Bubble Star 3s at the top of the folder. Unfortunately, there is no baby in the folder, but I'll forgive you because Rolchan is in there too. So roll 3 alongside attack plus 30 and maybe something like a full synchro or an anger play will make that significant amount of damage and recovery.
Yeah, so Rocku is running the classic salad cuss, and so with that attack 4, the beat, and then we see the R code with some M code splash, so it's definitely going to be a pretty strong folder. And one more thing before we get into it, we will be seeing the gauge war come into play in this matchup as well. HonorNite with the 2 slow gauges and Rocku with the 2 fast gauges, so we'll see how that plays into it.
Alright, without further ado, let's hop right into this match and see what it do. You can't get enough of the original Battle Network 6 theme. It is in fact a classic, and here we are listening to it one more time. You know, with the sound patches in play via everybody, it's nice to be able to listen to this just one more time. Alright, turn 1, we do see an immediate shift into Dustcross. It makes sense since HonorNite's going to want to dig through their folder here and try to get his game plan accelerated as fast as possible. And of course, as per usual, we do see the Elect Pulse into... Oh no, we led with the Invis first, excuse me, not just yet. We need to get rid of Rush first. This area grab will help solidify this Elect Pulse drop, of course. Oh, area grab is matched by Rocku, and we do see the pull here. Okay, so what really wants to be found now in HonorNite's hand is Erase Man. So we're gonna shuffle a couple of chips back to the end of the folder, hopefully to draw this Erase Man, because it's all but confirmed in this range here. I mean, provided we deal with Rocku's beat, of course. Can't forget about that as an option.
Yeah, I think it was interesting that he only chose to shuffle 2 chips to the back of his folder. I mean, obviously you want to keep the bug fix in your hand to remove the warp step, but I think it's interesting that he kept the ground man just to throw it to beat.
Throwing Groundman to beat here is actually probably one of the most ideal plays, simply because there's no slash cross on the other side here, so missing out on that quick 118 damage isn't as significant here. Nice!
Looking at Rocku's folder, actually, they don't really have any other cursor chips, so I guess HonorNite just wasn't worried about losing his Dust Cross, and now we see Rocku is trapped here.
Yes, with this trapped placement, it's gonna be hard for Rocku to move around. This will instinctively force something like a beast out here. So HonorNite has to be prepared for that in mind with this next turn sequence. or at least, no, not even Tengu saves you from this lock here. It has to be Beast Out. So we might see that coming out in the next turn from Rocku's side.
Either that or Element Man would remove these conveyor panels.
I think Element Man would be a really good choice here too, but it would be unfortunate to lose out on its abilities to freeze or anything else that it can do for you, especially like decrossing Tomahawk. So I'm not sure if that might be the best play when you can Beast Out, but at the same time, it means you get to keep onto your Beast Out resource. So it's kind of interesting to see what we'll see here. Oh, okay. Grab Banish is in play here. This will grab back these panels. Another significant option, and going for the area grab means there is a roll lock. HonorNite holding on to these wind racks. The aim here to be fishing for counter hits, and by doing so, you will be able to deal with these charge shots without taking any damage here, even with the loss of area. There's one. Oh, unfortunate, the body block, and going for the chip charge, or the beast charge rather.
That looks like that was one of the slow gauges too. So unless Rocku has already used one of their gauges, they now will still have both of their fast gauges left, versus HonorNite only having one slow gauge. So it'd be very interesting to see if what happens if Rocku decides to pop a fast gauge on this next turn.
You know,
And
I gotta say,
also, something that happened earlier is HonorNite actually lost Hub Batch.
yeah, HonorNite definitely did lose Hub Batch, which is gonna be a little bit unfortunate here. HonorNite's gonna need to find a way to make up for all that lost damage here.
Yeah, HonorNite actually only has a level 1 attack, so losing that Hub Batch is actually huge. That will significantly cut down on the damage his busters will do.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's gonna be interesting to see how Rocku takes advantage of this. Of course, Rocku does not yet know that's what happened, so it could be a very big mind gameable thing here. Maybe Rocku might think he lost it to Beat instead by accident, so we'll see how that works out. Meteor Knuckle! Maximum 8 hits because of the spacing here. Nice, HonorNite holding on to the Judgment, but can't any longer. Seeing that Rocku's not falling for the punishment of moving to the top row for a slack, I think this is pretty smart, and nice complete reversal. In the YouTube chat, Double CCEX says, sit in the corner and think about what you have done. It kind of did feel like that with the raining fists on you. It felt like timeout for sure. Now the thing about pulse combos is that they kind of lose out on a lot of significance without the use of Beast Out here. Oh, and that was really good damage from Rocku! 128 HP left. How do you respond to this? Life Order would be really good, but we need a way to deal with Tengu before we can drop this Life Order, which warrants the use of Tomahawk Cross here. Oh, but going for the own Dust Cross instead. Oh, excuse me, Tengu.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough for HonorNite to bring this back here, especially since all those pulses and wind racks on the last turn messed.
Oh my gosh. There it is. The cross makes its way onto the field and trying to go for a pull here. Oh, that will take care of the anti-damage and get some paralysis here. But because of no Tomahawk, there won't be any significant punish. So I'm not a big fan of this. Oh,
the Groundman
nice.
SP.
Oh, but it doesn't hit! Still having access to those iframes! Amazing! And we get a complete reversal on area locking! Only 3 chips left. Gotta make these count! Oh man, what a tough decision. 1 defense is there's 2 defense. We already saw Meteor Knuckles, so there's nothing significant like that coming out. And the Groundman SP, of course, but there is still Roll. And Roll can recover for a lot of HP with an attack plus 30 attached to it. And it also deals non-damage. It will clear through this 124 HP as well. So you definitely need to hold on to this anti-damage just to TFC and make sure you're safe from that.
Yeah, and I think for HonorNite, we don't even have a undershirt active right now without that hub batch, so HonorNite does not even have undershirt active right now, so that roll 3 will just end the game if it connects.
Fast Cage will make it 10 around. Oh, this is excellent because now. Oh wait, does that connect? Oh, it does. But why not chant TFC here?
I think I don't think HonorNite under that fast gauge would have had any other way of bringing that back. So he might have just been conceding that first round.
But slow gauge was in hand though, so
yeah,
we could have seen it drawn out a little bit. I don't know.
Losing the hub batch like that was pretty much a worst case scenario for him because his entire build is so centered around that. It's almost like in a BDT folder if you just lose your BDT to something. So
yeah, I agree.
So I think HonorNite was basically like, yeah, enough of this round. I just want to move on to the second round.
Okay, Jarek Orden from the YouTube chat is asking and saying, I wonder if, would it someday be possible to play as other Navis in PvP matches? So like if I wanted to play Proto Man or Roll instead of Mega Man, having custom abilities and skills, etc, etc. I would like to say yes, it is possible. It is a format that we play called Link Navis, where we play every other Navi outside of Mega Man. So we can play Tomahawk Man, Tengu Man, Erase Man, etc, etc in this kind of format. And now I love this first turn here. Both players going for the turn 1 life aura. This is going to be interesting because now it's baiting out the use of Tengu Cross here to try and clear that away and deal with this aura as soon as possible. HonorNite, on the other hand, does have access to a plethora of wind racks in his folder, so he could opt to use that instead of losing his Dust Cross. Unfortunately, if Rocku wants to do that, he'd have to draw the one of wind rack in the folder or cross out here. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was actually the best play for Rocku to use 2 area grabs on the first turn like that, just while in Dust Cross, because knowing that HonorNite has those 2 Judgments in his folder, it will be very easy for him to reclaim those panels, so... And it's not like the Dust Cross really benefit. Ooh, but now we see Rocku going for the Tengu Cross.
Oh, as it turns out, Rocku actually doesn't have access to wind rack in the folder. So, this is going to be interesting. Well, we have Tengu Cross to deal with the aura, so it kind of forced that option here. But I can't help but wonder... Yeah, I don't know if I would want to shuffle away these area grabs. At least we keep the Judgment here. And maybe going to a cross. Oh, does he have Judgment Star? Okay, he does have Judgment Star, so this is interesting. And it does make sense a little bit here, too.
Yeah, but Rocku does still have Beat active, so ooh, but the Groundman SP, the Groundman Asterisk shows up at the perfect time. to bait beat, and then he can use the Judgment to reclaim that area. Now it is interesting because I'm not sure whose was hosting for this match, but that will actually affect whether or not the Windwreck pushes Rocku back or not. That is probably out of all the host clients differences, that's probably the most significant.
Of all dust digging I've ever seen in this game, I think that was the most powerful dust turn I've ever seen in my life. Literally, every answer came to you within a blink of an eye off of one shoot, and
Ooh.
Honestly, he does not deserve it. Oh, but the Judgment trade here! This is going to be really bad for Rocku, losing out on Judgment's ability to bring back panels. We will see the plus area come out for HonorNite here. Meteor Knuckles does make its head. Oh, that was so smart. Hold on.
4 hits,
area.
I think.
Yeah, that's actually really good in this area. Can he match it out? Yes.
I think the average amount of hits in that configuration is 2 or 3, so that was definitely above average luck there for Rocku. So we'll see if the extra damage from those Meteor Knuckles can end up making a difference.
Okay, there it is. Shuffling away this hand here, I definitely agree with that. Oh, not shuffling, well, pushing it to the bottom of the folder. I think that was the excellent play, and we do see the Hub Batch in hand now. We will get to see how powerful Hub Batch is in terms of giving you the attack 5, charge 5, and speed max options at a flick of a coin.
Yes, we didn't get to see it at all in the first round with a very unfortunate 3 frame. So we'll see if in this round HonorNite will finally be able to use it and actually play his folder the way it's intended.
I love holding on to grab at it here to confirm and make sure it's safe to go for. EFC into a Hub Batch means your opponent's not going to want to throw that away, right? And look at that, from 5 cards in hand to a whole 8 of them at the fingertips of your disposal. I love Hub Batch for this reason, giving you all these amazing options literally at the twist of a hat, man. It's just so powerful, this Giga Chip, and how much it does for you. Yeah, this is a big think turn. What I really like about HonorNite's turns is that he really considers every option, which is why you see him take his time. Oh, I don't like the groundman play here, because you do see the anti-damage up. You want to kind of go for a charge shot, maybe to something to help clear out that anti-damage first, and that was really fortunate. Oh, and a counter hit!
Yeah, and it's been hard this round. Rocku hasn't really been able to, apart from that one Meteor Knuckles, Rocku hasn't really landed very many attacks on HonorNite so far this round, so...
I do think this is a very nice reversal of fate here. HonorNite, on the back end in terms of what you have available in terms of movement, but still making this work in his favor, especially now with access to that Buster jamming. You can do up to 50 damage with a P shot here. Do you want to explain how Buster Bug works here, Symes?
Yes, so the way Buster Bug works is that it does 2 things. It lets you it gives your Buster a chance to misfire and not shoot anything at all, but it also gives it a chance with a P shot to shoot a charge shot, so with the 10 times power of a normal P shot. And so what Bug
Yep.
Fix does is it makes it so you can no longer get the misfires. They'll just be normal shots instead. But you'll still have the chance to get those charge shot procs. So Buster Bug with Bug Fix is actually extremely powerful.
It's very nice to have, especially in situations where you're behind on area. Simply mashing that B button to get some significant damage and clear out anti-damage in the opponent's hand. And we do see... Oh! Okay, so it's not anti-damage that's up.
Yeah, Rocku does have an anti-navi. One thing actually that is very interesting about Raku's folder is even though they have R code, we don't see that meteors. So Rocku does not have access to the Sun Moon PA.
Okay, so really quick lesson in terms of placement and using chips. I want to say that it's usually not ideal to be plus on area and using Sanctuary for situations exactly like this. Now, HonorNite has access to those Sanctuary panels via his own area grabs, and it can put a lot of pressure on you because now you've essentially given your opponent a tool to have the damage they're taking from your attacks. Now, you really want to use it when, in this exact situation right here, where you only have about 2 columns to yourself, so you can possibly defend it from your opponent's area grabs or something like that.
Yeah, no, you have to be very careful using Sanctuary. You do not want to accidentally give your opponent free access to holy panels.
Rocku opting for the use of roll simply for recovery as opposed to trying to do damage here. Oh, an element man, this is actually really fortunate. You can get rid of these panels simply by going for grass, but instead we get the ice here. Oh, how unfortunate.
I think Rocku definitely wanted the elect there because it would have only cleared the holy panels on HonorNite's field.
Correct. Oh, but fortunately there is a fast gauge in hand here.
Yes, but we see HonorNite has both of his slow gauges. And also, I'm not sure if Rocku has any way of regaining their own area here.
We did see the use of Judgment way earlier in this round from Rocku, and I'm looking in the folder now. We do have access to grab Banish M. I'm not sure.
I think we've seen that come out earlier as well.
Oh no, this is a really unfortunate position then. This means we're going to get a lot of charge shot value out of this Tengu, and it will also prevent things like beast charges. If timed correctly, of course, it's going to be a massive shutdown on HonorNite's side here.
Yeah, Tengu Cross can be more difficult to set up compared to something like Slash Cross, but with the the Muramasa!
Jordan still gets clipped up by those double boomer-like attacks from Tomahawk here. Oh man, but it's just not enough.
That would have been huge if that Muramasa had connected.
That Muramasa was the turning point that Rocku needed in this round to get rid of Tengu here. If you don't know what Muramasa does, it does damage for the amount of HP you've lost, a cap of 500 damage. So that would have been a 500 damage chip on top of Tengu Cross for 1000 damage. But unfortunately, in the placing, oh, nice bees! In the placement, HonorNite was on a holy panel, so he wouldn't have taken the full amount of damage there.
That's it. GG, good round. On to round 3.
Oh, this has been an insane grudge match so far. And you know what? I even like this starting hand here. We have access to the beat bait and erase for that turn 1 to shut down the enemy's Dust Cross, which we do think is going to come here because it does seem like Rocku is trying to dig through their folder to take advantage of the full cust on the first turn versus HonorNite. So we're going to see a really quick D-Cross here if HonorNite can line up this erase man.
And so it should be noted, we have the permahole field here, so that will, HonorNite will not be able to get a full area lock with Tengu here with these permaholes. So it will be very interesting to see how he plays around that and if that has a big effect on this last round.
There goes the beat. Oh, and the Raceman does connect. No TFC of Life or barrier to be found. This is huge for HonorNite in this round because now he can accelerate his own game plan and dig through that folder just a little bit, whereas Rocku now has to come up with a new game plan on the fly. Very nice placement for HonorNite here. Yo, HonorNite, are you cheating? How do you keep finding bug fix by turn 2? He's cheating, right, Symes? This isn't real.
Yeah, he's definitely getting some pretty good pulls so far with that dust egg. And Rocku has now lost access to dust, so whatever Rocku now knows how all the Gregors out there feel. Whatever you have in your hand, you just have to deal with it.
So here's the thing. Cust 5 is usually not played. You usually want at least one custom 1 to help mitigate the fact that you don't have a lot of draws. And it's really interesting because it's like you're supposed to be at a disadvantage with only a custom 5, but with the help of Dust, we can still see more cards in our folder over time and still push out advantage every turn. It's very interesting to see how HonorNite flexibly plays around this disadvantage here. This is, again, a folder that HonorNite has said is his comfort folder. He loves this folder and this build more than most other builds in his arsenal. So it's actually pretty interesting. Oh,
the anti-damage popping the bubble was very unfortunate for Rocku there, especially if they had that, I'm not sure if they had a Dull Thunder there, I guess not, but definitely not getting the full value out of that bubble here. And it is definitely very interesting to see how this perma-hole field is affecting the area game for both players here.
Like the decision to beast out on this turn here, try to deny Rocku from pretty much putting any advantage on the table. Nice! Baits out the anti-damage. Wind rack. We should get an easy confirmation here as well. Nice! These Sanctuary panels are gonna play a huge role in Rocku's placement and battle damage here.
Yeah, but HonorNite is in Dust Beast, which can and look at all these null chips he's now suddenly got in his hand. Those will be able to easily remove this Sanctuary. Using Sanctuary against SoulXCross is always a big risk for that exact reason. If they go into Beast Out, you could just lose the entire thing for free, basically.
Okay, people. BitMuffin in chat on Twitch is saying, when I say hub, you say value. I need to see some values in chat. Can you guys type that out for me? Sort of support. I would love to see some values in the screen when the hub badge is popped, and there it is.
Ooh, he is invincible. This Erase Man will not connect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh. What a read.
With the SoulXCross coming out, HonorNite will lose one of his beast turns from that.
Oh my gosh, look at all that value! 8 cards in hand, a full hand ready to just deal with whatever Rocku has in his arsenal. This is really tough. Man, this is tough for Rocku. We're gonna lose about 50% of the Sanctuary panels on the field too. But fortunately for HonorNite, I feel like those front panels might make it through. Oh, and there it is. I'm just waiting there. Dull Thunder coming out. Okay, we are trapped here.
And we see HonorNite with a pretty huge HP lead here, about just over 1500 HP lead. Rocku does still have, I think, hasn't used the Meteor Knuckles this round, or Roll 3, so Rocku does have still have some ways of bringing it back, but HonorNite definitely has a big advantage right now.
What's going to be interesting to see, oh, it's a trade of area grabs. That's really fortunate for Rocku. This means you can babysit this panel and still take some lesser damage. Oh, Groundman SP will not do a significant amount of damage here because of that invisible intangibility. And now we just have charge shots. Man, what a difficult situation to play out of. Man. Jeez. Uninstall is in fact in Rocku's folder. I think we saw it earlier though, did we not?
I'm not sure. Was it on a bubble star?
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see when we get this amazing combo! Still getting out 2 hits from the Meteor Knuckle, that's still great value, but man, Elect Pulse went back into Element Man for a nice D-cross play here. That was insane!
It was 2 hits and on the barrier 200, so it was actually more like 4 hits, but down to just 70 HP here. It will be very difficult to bring this back.
I do think we could possibly see the play on a Muramasa here, maybe with a Beast over, just to try and get that confirm on it, but outside of that, I think we've pretty much seen almost everything in Rocku's folder. It's going to come down to maybe a Risky Honey play with some boost on it, but or an Anti-Navi play. It's looking really slim. Oh man, 1700 to 70. This is definitely a Goliath versus David situation here. But I don't think David might be able to clear it out this time.
Yeah, I've seen some huge comebacks before, but I just don't think Rocku has enough left in their folder to bring this one back. Especially now that we've already seen the Meteor Knuckle come out.
Oh, there goes the roll! Nice! This is kind of what Rocku needed to get something started. With this extra HP, we can perhaps get something moving forward. And speaking of moving forward, we get the fast gauge here. Oh, but it's immediately met with a slow gauge. Oh, now we gotta play footsies. I think that panel in front of Rocku is actually broken. Oh man, that was rough. Oh, it wasn't broken, it was taken. That was really unfortunate. Great game to both players. But man, HonorNite playing out of his mind. What? Whoa, dude.
Yeah, we saw basically a worst case scenario for HonorNite in the first round, losing the hub batch, but didn't let it tilt him too much, and we saw him come back and win those second and third rounds pretty convincingly in the end. Definitely well played by both players. So HonorNite moves on to the second round of the winners bracket, and Rocku is sent down to the losers bracket.
Really quickly, before we talk about the next match or get into who's playing, guys on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, please like and subscribe. Give us some support if you want more Battle Network content. We will keep bringing it to you as long as we get support from the community, so please reach out and give us that support if you can. But right now, we're going to go into the next match, round 3, being Thiago versus Godon.
Yeah, so this is actually a salty run back here. When they played in the last week, Godon actually pulled off a pretty big upset and actually took that set, I think, 2-1 over Thiago and Pools.
So this got a little salt in it, huh? I like my meat nice and tenderized. So this is gonna be a juicy one. Okay. Well, we do see something that we all love to hate in Thiago's folder, and it is that kernel force, but not just the kernel force, the Gundel force. Gundel force, can you please give us an explanation and rundown of what that is, Symes?
Yeah, so one of the few natural counters to Q-Force is that Invis. But what the Gundel Soul does is that will just remove that Invis. So if you use Invis and think you're safe from the Q-Force, think again. That will strip that Invis from you and you will be taking a huge amount of damage. Because in addition to the Q-Force, the Gundel Soul 3, well boosted by Sunlight, I think does another 480 damage. So it can just melt most builds if it connects, and since you can't even use Invis to avoid it, more often than not it will connect unless you get a very clutch step past the Gundel Soul.
Yes, 480 damage, I almost said dollars, on top of whatever the boost on a beast out kernel force is, which is 30 plus the 30 from the beast out times 3 for each soldier shoots 3 times. That's 180 damage per soldier, and then you have to consider the amount of rows you have as well. So it's gonna be a very big damaging combo if this can get pulled off right now. Like with default area, I believe it's 540 damage. With the area grab, we get to silly numbers then. And then on top of that, Gundel Force, bro? Oh, it's gonna be ridiculous damage.
Yeah, but so one thing that is Thiago doesn't have is he has no super armor. And if we look at Godon's folder, Godon has those machine gun 3s, which with Erase Cross can do up to 400 damage. And with Thiago not having super armor, unless he's in Beast Out, those machine gun hits will cause flinch on him. So we could see like a clean 800 damage coming out from Godon on Thiago with those 2 machine guns if he uses them in Erase Cross.
Yes, so there's a lot of damage potential on Godon's side here, especially since we're playing that usual and tried and true B-code combination. I love the folder here. I'm a little upset not to see High Boomer and Fire Hit 3 in his folder, just for that extra oomph on the damage with Blastman in the folder as well. But I can't deny that Machine Gun 3 being a significant tool to do a lot of damage on top of Geddon's in the folder as well. Unfortunately, Geddon's won't work against Thiago because of that trusty tried and true air shoes in the cust. Always bring your Tims. You gotta have them on deck so that way you don't get trapped up.
Yeah, Thiago does have a uninstall in his folder though, so if he connects that, then he will be able to use his Geddons to trap Godon, so...
Well, without further ado, let's hop into the match and see what Godon can do against Thiago, or what Thiago could do against Godon in this grudge match. Now, the loser of this obviously is going to be sent down to the shark-infested waters, where we will see Rocku again, alongside the person that have lost previously as well. So it's gonna be a really interesting time next week, seeing how the loser bracket turns out.
And so Thiago just going through his folder there. I think we can just there we
go. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but that battle pressure is upon us. I don't know, Godon. This is gonna look really slim for you, man. You got the battle pressure. Oh, jeez. I'm already getting hyped by the music alone. Oh, jeez. Okay, I really like this turn 1 sequencing here from Thiago. Going with that turn 1 Life Aura with this here anti-damage is just the maximum amount of protection you want, especially against something like Charge Cross. Blackman will come out, unfortunately. That's gonna be before Life Aura rears its ugly head, but now Thea knows it's safe to go for.
Yeah, it was definitely a good play by Thiago to just take the damage from the Blast Man and hold on to his Life Aura, because he will probably get a lot more value from his Life Aura against this Charge Cross than he would have by just blocking the Blast Man.
Amazing footwork from both players here, attempting to dodge every shot so far, and it worked out very well for Godon. Very great placement here. And there it is, we do see Godon in hand, but there's no use for it, especially without uninstall. So going over to Beast Cross and using the Beast charges here with Erased, it will do a significant amount of damage. Now, here's the kicker. We do see that Thiago does not have super armor in their cust here, but Beast out in Gregor versus specifically does give you access to that beloved super armor tech that you know and love. So for 3 turns, super armor will be in play and all of Thiago's moves will be uninterruptible.
Ooh, that was actually an anti-Navi.
Now, even though there's a trap up in hand for Godon here, we will see the use of the tip charging here, which will eat through that. Oh, but the dodge! Amazing! Godon just getting the way and stepping out of range of that beast charge there. It was amazing footsies.
Ooh, and we already see the Q-Force in Thiago's hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, but we're gonna wait, right? We're gonna wait because we need to see that Gundel Force combo come
No,
into
Thiago, he's just going for it.
Okay. I would love to see the placement of Windrak first, and then going for another Windrak afterwards, just so we can get the early D-Cross here.
We see a main character, Thiago, with yet another early Q-Force pull.
This is the power of Custom 2 in Gregor, having access to all these battle chips, unlike most other builds, and there it is, landing the area grab. Erasement will connect. Oh no, the TFC! That will eat through this trap as well. There's no way to dodge this. It is now... Oh man, Godon's at the complete mercy of the Q-Force combo! Oh man! Oh, and we get the run back on Battle Pressure! Oh, I can't. Oh my gosh. I can't right now. Oh my gosh. We get the run back on the same song because Thiago's not done eating his meal. He wants to finish his plate. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot from Thiago before. He seems to always get these early Q-Force pulls, and if you don't have an answer for it, we could just see that HP just melt.
For the machine gun here, it will do some decent damage. Oh, but nice! Godon's able to avoid it almost completely.
Ooh, and Thiago gets this Element Man here, so that will remove the Charge Cross. And into the Erased Man.
Yes, sir! I love to see the little bit of Busters get that extra chip in there, boyo! Yes, sir! And the Ground Man coming down for this nice 3-hit combo here. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, and here we see the Gundel Soul, but this time with a no Q-Force. And yeah, it It looks like Thiago's definitely getting the salty run back from the pool set. Godon definitely poked the bear by winning their pool set, and Thiago is out for blood right now.
Thiago, the vicious monster we don't want to see in bracket at all, is now rearing his ugly head, looking at Godon as his next victim. Oh no, you think Life Roar is your ally? I don't think so. I will chip charge away this damage.
Never mind.
Never mind! Amazing comeback from Godon, going for the D-Cross with the Wind Rack, which will shut down that beast charge there. Oh, that was amazing.
This isn't actually that bad for Thiago, because now instead of beast charging those recover 300s, he can just use both of them and get almost all of his HP right back.
Now, the next turn, we will see a cross change, either the Heat or any of the other crosses, just so we can help deal with... Oh no, we're not going to get a cross at all! Instead, we have 2 Wind Racks in hand, and we will use them both gladly this turn. Oh, okay, we will get a crossover! Okay, going for Elect here is interesting, because you will get the plus 50 damage to that Elect Dragon, which will do a nice, significant amount of damage. Even if this Wind Rack misses, we can still clear out that Life Aura. There's layers to these plays, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of thought gone into it.
Yeah, and if Godon goes into SoulXCross, that Wood Dragon will decross it, but Godon is staying in Null Beast, which is pretty interesting.
I thought that was Elect Dragon for some reason. Oh, and there goes the decross!
Q-Force?
But he lived! The man lives through the Kernel Force! And gets a nice paralysis with some buster shots of his own. This is a close game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a little bit of a mistake there from Godon to keep camping forwards against that Elect Beast. With that plus area, you are safe if you just hug that back column, even with those 2 poison panels, so... Ooh, and staying... I'm not sure why Godon is using that Element Man there instead of just chip charging it.
Oh man, Element Man, it is in hand! There it is! That's gonna do a significant amount of damage on that grass petal! But the Judgment! This will get paralysis here for Thiago! And end the game with a simple buster shot! Oh man, 33 HP!
Yeah, Godon was definitely playing with fire at the end by staying on those grass panels, and he got burned. Wow, what a round from Thiago.
This is what I came here to see, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Blood Moon, ladies and gentlemen. Top bracket. We're going to see the top 12 players of 3 weeks of grinding and tons of playing just to see the best of the best duke it out in these setups.
Yeah, Thiago is definitely a veteran player in the N1GP. He has numerous finals appearances under his belt, and so we see him advance in the winner's bracket.
Oh man, who do we got next time? Let me know.
We got a Nonstopmop against Sword Saint Virillion.
Oh man, Sword Saint Virillion? The man himself? The legend? Versus Nonstop Hype? What? Oh, come on. Nonstopmop is definitely going to be going hard here. A new favorite of mine. And we will see the beautiful symphony that is Crackstep BDT. You know, I usually don't even say that. This is cursed for me. But seeing how Nonstopmop has masterfully used that Bug Death Thunder in the round robin brackets is definitely a fan favorite right now. Everyone wants to see this played out. Can you tell us a little bit about what Crackstep does and why it's good for Nonstopmop?
Yeah, so Nonstopmop has the has Warp Bug, and no bug fix in their folder, so they are just committing to have that warp step for the entire match. And what the crack bugs do is it lets them break the panels in their area, and so if they break a panel, and so usually with warp step you're locked out of moving into the middle row. But with that crack step, what Nonstopmop can do is they can break the panels in the top or bottom and use that to center themselves in the middle row, even with that warp step. And so the other thing we see in Nonstop's folder is we also have the Poison Pharaoh PA. And we have 4 area grabs and 2 panel grabs to try and go for the Poison Pharaoh in that back row. But fortunately for Sword Saint Virillion, if we move over to take a look at their folder, they actually have quite a bit of a counterplay to the back row Poison Pharaoh. We see the 2 high boomers and the Blastman SP, and those will all remove the back row Poison Pharaoh, so it could be very difficult for Nonstopmop to get a lot of mileage from it in this match.
Now, what's really interesting is with the warp step, you get a lot of surprising movement. For instance, if he's plus on area and charging in the back row with the BDT and doing a little dance in the back row, you might not expect a person to jump all the way to the front and release a BDT and then retreat. It is beautiful the way he does it, and he allows it to set up these combos in such a unique way. It's so interesting. I can't wait for you guys to see it. Meanwhile, Virillion playing the tried and true B code folder. What's funny, in fact, is this is the standard B code folder that Virillion played all the way from back when. Like, oh my gosh, what? Yeah, this is the same. He's even playing the Tengu Man Star, because Tengu Man Star is actually Sword Saint Virillion's favorite battle chip. Yes.
Is it really his favorite? That's cool. I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. He said he swears by Tengu Man Star. He's like, yo, this is one of the best ships in the game, hands down. It deals with everything, anti-damage, aura at the same time. He loves Tengu Man Star. But yes, I have to respond really quickly in YouTube chat. Dad says, wait, you're telling me he mastered teleporting? Yes, Nonstopmop has literally mastered the instant transmission technique, and you're gonna see it.
Yeah, we did see I think Aqua beat Virillion last week with BDT. Unfortunately, we don't see Aqua here in this top cut, but it will be very interesting to see how Virillion does against this BDT here. Obviously, Nonstopmop with this Warp Bug and Poison Pharaoh, it's a lot different than what you usually see from BDT.
All right, without further ado, let's hop into this match and see the grudge of legendary masters. The grudge matchup. All right, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix, right? Turn 1 Dust going with the full cuz, trying to get through that folder, because there's a lot of digging that we gotta do. I love it, we all love it. Let's go ahead and move on into this next round. And we do see the erase, which is actually quite a good punish here. The thing is, using this focus here will allow Sword Saint Virillion to go for a beast out, and which will be allowing Sword Saint to use beast charges to punish this dust.
Yeah, but I think Nonstopmop does have a static, but unfortunately doesn't pull any. But we see the turn 2 BDT.
Oh, and the slow gauge was popped on the other first turn. Oh my gosh. This means we're gonna see a lot of value coming out from this BDT here. I do think Nonstop has resigned the fact that he may lose dust in this upcoming turn, bringing this invis in the first. Okay, switching it around. He's definitely resigning to the fact that we might lose BDT here, or excuse me, lose Dust Cross here. So I think this is actually pretty smart. Okay, there it is, the first one. We do have these 2 rock cubes.
That's very unfortunate for Nonstopmop here. Oh, and stepping into all of those extra hits from the machine gun. That's a lot of extra damage.
Fortunately, the footsies did not work out just enough there, but we do see the teleportation to the front row, releasing these BDTs and the retreating, as I did predict. Yeah, it's obviously the game plan. But unfortunately, losing dust means you do lose the momentum shift of dust digging, which means we gotta use what's in our hand right now to do some decent damage. So we will see the use of these panel grabs, area grab and panel grab respectively, to try and close out this area and maybe do a little bit of damage with this fire dragon, especially since there's no Tomahawk Cross in play. It doesn't matter if we use this for damage a little bit early on.
Yeah, and so it should be to note that by bringing that Tengu man, Virillion actually doesn't have Judgment, so unless he has a grab banish, it could be a problem. Oh, and there we see it, but that's actually a very unfortunate TFC. Ooh, but with this area grab, he'll still get it back.
Groundman isn't in risk of missing here, but we do find its mark. Now, what's interesting here is using this intangible state given to him by Groundman. You could step into the back row and let the BDT fall off screen, but instead of doing that, Sword Saint Virillion opts to just move around here.
Yeah, I don't think the invisible just from getting hit by the Groundman really lasts long enough to go for that. I think it has to be from a invis chip. Otherwise, it has a chance to time out right when the BDT's on the same panel with you, and then you'll just eat it instead.
I think it depends on your placement already. He was in the back row, so I think he could have made it, but you might be right too. There it is, and we might actually see some tanking beast charges coming out here. Life Form makes its way here.
Ooh,
there it is!
Man.
The chip charge is fast enough to go ahead and land one hit at least. Oh no! Oh no! But no kill here. Oh, it worked out. It worked out. Nonstopmop retreating to the top row here, which would allow for less soldiers to show up. Oh, nice!
Ooh, only one poison seed. If only Nonstopmop had 2 poison seeds in hand, they could go for the poison pharaoh here, but it's gonna be at only 51 HP. Will they be able to survive this next turn? It's gonna be pretty rough to survive an entire slow gauge turn, especially with these poison panels.
Oh, and oh no! The instant delete from the Blast Man! Unfortunately, there is no undershirt in Nonstop's nav because of the hub batch, obviously. You want to use the hub batch and hopefully get... Oh wait, there is no hub batch. He just doesn't have undershirt. Oh, that's so risky. Man, always... It's hard to say, right? I want to say don't leave home without your shirt, but I don't know if this is... The build is so concise.
I think you can make no undershirt work. It's just you just have to play very carefully around it. I think the main reason why we always see undershirt is it's just the one square, so usually it's just so easy to fit it into your cost.
Sword Saint is blind here, so he did unfortunately end up losing. But how did you know? How did you know he was there? No way! Okay, was it the panels? The panels gave it away.
Yeah, I think seeing the cracked panels made it kind of obvious. I do think it's kind of interesting that Virillion has the color bug here, because you actually can get the Chonk Gregor cust without color bug. So I think he's definitely going for that invis or even invincibility. But we saw there he got the negative line status.
I think we just saw a nice rare case of the IQ 200 read from Virillion. That was straight years of experience. Look how he masterfully stared down that corner panel. He was waiting for that misstep and made a hard read to go top corner and use that erasement. That was excellent. Excellent placement.
Ooh, and the panel grab gets blocked. It is going to be very hard for a Nonstopmop to deal with a slash cross on this turn now. Ooh. And he wanted to go for the Element Man while Virillion was on the grass panel to destroy that life aura, but...
Oh man, and Sword Saint actually going for the confirmed charge shots here simply because of that bug of this crack step. Eventually, he's going to be able to line up these charge shots a lot easier. It's actually quite impressive how masterfully Virillion is using the crack step to his own advantage here. We're going to need to see a nice adjustment from Nonstop if he's going to want to keep up in this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Nonstopmop doesn't even have the early BDT pull this game, so Nonstopmop doesn't even really have a way to trade back against these Gregor crosses without having the BDT online, so... They're definitely in a pretty rough spot right now, but we'll see if they can bring it back.
Plus on area is the excellent way to start it off. I love how he made Virillion think that Poison Pharaoh was in play here. So Virillion is guarding that position, trying to make sure Pharaoh is not placed down here. Look how scary that is, being able to rush to that front panel at a moment's notice without even thinking about it. This is why Virillion is trying to protect this area so hard, because he knows that if Poison Pharaoh goes into this back row, it's going to deal so much damage over time, and he cannot afford that.
And it looks like Nonstopmop is considering their options here. Deciding, it looks like going for the ground man first, and then, ooh, not even bringing the static at all. Which, with Virillion switching into a race cross, it actually would have been nice to have the static.
Nice. Leaving that slash cross did mean not getting punished by a ground man here, and Virillion does know it's in the folder, so... Oh, and just going for the machine gun like that! What a mix-up from just going for charge shots the whole time! It forced a mindset of movement on Nonstop! Wow! This is a perfect situation for Nonstop. He loves both these panel placements right now. But still no Poison Pharaoh. But luckily, Virillion does not know that Poison Pharaoh is not in play yet. Ooh. Oh, and finally, BDT is in hand.
Yeah, but it looks like Nonstopmop is instead going for the static play.
It'll be really easy to confirm this static. All Nonstop has to do is move forward. That will condition a response from Virillion to move into that back corner. And with some quick movement, we can actually see Beast Rush just slam down on this static and do some big damage. Oh, he just goes for it in neutral. What a madman! Nice, nice, nice. Making Virillion go downwards so he can trap himself with this panel. Blastman does make its way out. Wow, okay, I really like the play here. Oh, just a little bit of lag.
A little freeze. Oh, there, we're back. and still does not have that Anubis in hand. And with still under 200 HP left against 1500 HP, it will still be very difficult to make a comeback here.
I do have to make a rebuttal here. In the Twitch chat, Strawberry Jam says, "Man, I love waiting 2 whole minutes for Nonstop to decide what chips to use here." You have to understand that this game is very intense in terms of using the right chips in the right order. And taking a little time to consider these choices is very important, especially when you're in a situation at 130 HP with little to none of your game plan showing up in your hand. You have to devise something to fight against whatever your opponent's doing. It's not something that's easily done, and you would only understand that if you play PvP.
Rip.
And there it is.
Almost made it to the next turn, but
Oh man, jeez, that was so intense. No fault says Nonstop here. Virillion is so good, man. Hold on one second. Godon Cannon says in Twitch chat, yeah, learn how to play. No. We don't want that kind of response in our comments, please, because we are all new players learning, and that was a very valid criticism to think that, turns in are taking a little bit too long. I think it's very fair that they made that comment, and we shouldn't rebuttal in that kind of way. You understand? Because we want to teach people how to understand this game and how to respect what's happening here. And with comments like that, it kind of disables that learning process, and it could be very jarring. So please, guys, be respectful to each other in comments. Let's not just target each other down and enjoy Battle.net. Come on, guys. All right, that was a hype match, but unfortunately, I do think it's time for me to step down and jack out, so the next commentator can definitely come on in here. I think there are a few other choice words that our sponsor would like to say before we leave on.
yeah, so it's definitely good to have you on, Soul. Thanks for casting, and those were definitely some great games.
Alright, so moving back to the bracket. So that was the first round of the winners bracket, and we're moving up to winners quarterfinals after those grueling matches. That leaves Symes, Neryth, Salad, and Dorman as the top 4 in round robin placements that have a bye. So we're gonna be seeing Symes versus WeenieWhistle, Neryth versus HonorNite, Salad versus Thiago, and Dorman versus Virillion coming up next. Give us a sec to set up. Alright, and I believe we are ready to go on to Symes versus WeenieWhistle.
Okay, so hello everyone, this is Neryth, and I'm really excited to be here to cast the next couple of sets with Symes here. And so...
Yeah, welcome onto the stream, Neryth.
Yeah, it's great to be here. And so our next set is Symes versus WeenieWhistle, and so it's a pretty interesting setup. It is going to be a Gregor versus Gregor mirror matchup, and it's going to be the 2200 HP chunk setup, B code, coming from Symes here. And it's got the double holy panel sanctuary setup, so it's really durable, really hard to deal with if you're not managing your resources well. You really got to save those chips, got to save those crosses to deal with those holy panels. And from WeenieWhistle's side, we see the V code Gregor setup. It is a bubble star combo, so bubble E-like combo oriented setup here. It's got the air shoes and significantly less HP at 1500, so it also doesn't pack recovery 300s or anything, so there's a huge HP difference between these two setups. And what WeenieWhistle traded that HP difference for was this kind of volatile extremely potent double damage setup with the elect chips, the combo off of the bubble star. And on top of that, there is the white capsule, attack plus 30, potential for Super Vulcan. So it's going to be a lot of damage if it lands. So it should be a pretty interesting match. What do you think, Symes?
Yeah, we saw WeenieWhistle against Desmond already, and that was a very strong showing from WeenieWhistle. So I definitely knew heading into it that it would be a pretty tough match. With the Super Vulcan and Q-Force, WeenieWhistle does have a lot of power in their folder, so even with all the chunk, WeenieWhistle in their folder, plus they're still attack 5 Gregor, they definitely have the power to be able to delete, eat through all this chunk. So, and even with the holy panels, you see they have the elect dragons and stuff in their folder. So WeenieWhistle definitely does have what they need to be able to win if they play their cards right. So it'll definitely be an interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think with that, we can jump right into the set.
We got that clean BN2 music.
So it's really interesting pulling one of these holy panels turn 1. Would you actually consider dropping it? It looks like that's what you're going to go for right here. Even though WeenieWhistle does have those double elect dragons, so you could quite easily lose it on the same turn. And yeah, with SoulXCross coming out from WeenieWhistle, that might be what happens here.
Ooh, and so that Erase Man whiffs, and we see the Blast Man come out.
Ooh, and Symes playing the turn slow, kind of probing out WeenieWhistle's chip selection right there. Towards the end, it seemed kind of safe that there wasn't going to be an Elect Dragon, or that, you know, the turn was nearing its end anyway, so Symes dropped that holy panel and stepped onto it, just started trading charge shots there. And WeenieWhistle is getting the raw end of that deal, thanks to that half damage from the holy panel.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to get my Invis out there and proc Rush, so that's one Invis gone, and Rush is still in play for WeenieWhistle here.
There's the second holy panel coming up from Symes here. And on top of this life aura, it is going to take 400 damage to break it, so it's more likely that WeenieWhistle is going to resort to a Wind Rack on the next turn.
And so it looks like I'm going into SoulXCross here with these 2 area grabs. And they both recuv 300s. And yeah, we'll see if WeenieWhistle has a Wind Rack here to deal with this life aura. Otherwise, this could be a very rough turn for them.
Yeah, and there comes the Wind Rack. Symes does manage to get this +1 area, which is a huge deal. Ooh, WeenieWhistle with that counter hit, the Bubble Star right there. Ooh, and WeenieWhistle getting some decent trades back, but still a massive HP difference, especially with these 2 Recovery 300s that Symes just popped. That was a pretty juicy charge tackle on grass that landed, but not enough to cover this HP difference quite yet. Ooh, there comes another Bubble Star Elect Dragon. Oh, and Symes is also locked out of that center panel, not able to land any more /cross charge shots there. Ooh, but a lot of shots with that machine gun connected. And WeenieWhistle gonna drop down to 1 HP here from the Blastman SP.
And WeenieWhistle has no recovery in their folder, so unfortunately I don't think they have any way of getting back up past that 1 HP, so unless they can land a Super Vulcan or something, it will be very difficult for them to survive this turn.
Ooh, WeenieWhistle actually gonna get these panels back with the Judgman. But Symes just waiting to close it out with a P shot here. And Symes takes game 1 of the set. So we see the massive HP difference, both in recoveries and through the holy panels, just the difference in the defenses coming into play there. WeenieWhistle actually landed a lot of damage in that first game, but it just wasn't enough.
And so Symes does, I do have to be careful here because WeenieWhistle does have a Tengu Man in their folder, so that will threaten the Erase Cross. And we see the Life Aura coming out here from WeenieWhistle, but with those conveyor panels, they're actually locked out of that that first panel with the charge tackles.
End of turn Invis pop, getting eaten by Rush here. This will let Symes beast out to cancel it. And gonna have this Wind Rack to deal with the Life Aura, but because it'll be Beast Rush, it has a risk of that not actually connecting. But even if it misses, there are null chips here, so Symes will be able to charge some Erase Tails, and while those also have a chance of missing. Ooh, a double hit from the High Boomer there. Oh, a very nice combo from WeenieWhistle. Not able to get double damage on this Blast Man, but everything's still landing here. The Erase Tails are coming out in retaliation from Symes. Ooh, and the last one misses due to the charge tackle. So that was actually an enormous amount of damage that WeenieWhistle just did from the double hit off of the High Boomer into a Bubble Star charge tackle on grass.
Yeah, but we have another full Erase Beast turn coming up from me here, so with those Erase Tail arrows, it could even be tough for WeenieWhistle to survive just on this turn.
Ooh, and very unfortunately, this Erase Man does not connect. Ooh, Ooh, and Symes actually dodging that wind rack, stepping back right on time. Gonna get the area back with his Judge Man as well. And then area grabs being traded, going back to neutral area.
Yeah, definitely. When I saw WeenieWhistle in Charge Beast like that, I mean, it doesn't have the greatest beast charge compared to the other Gregor crosses. So I was kind of sus that wind rack might have been coming in the Charge Beast. If they wanted to elect Beast or something, then I would have probably thought they were going for the chip charge instead. But with that Charge Beast, it was a little bit telegraphed compared to if they were in another beast. But we do see their own sanctuary coming down now, so both players have these holy panels on their field.
Ooh, WeenieWhistle only taking one hit of that machine gun, and it was half damage. Symes choosing to convert the entire field into grass, gonna give up his own holy panel in order to get this Blast Man SP off, and it is gonna be double damage. 500 damage, dropping WeenieWhistle to 1 HP. And Symes wasn't able to close it out before the end of turn. But WeenieWhistle with no recoveries in hand is going to be hard-pressed to survive this next turn.
Yeah, and I think we actually saw right before Cust opened, I got one last Buster shot off. So we'll have to, I'm not sure if WeenieWhistle actually noticed that, but they have to their only chance of surviving here is if they try to move up and like just hold up to move up to that middle row immediately. Otherwise, they're just gonna get hit immediately.
Yeah, that one Gregor Vulcan bullet might be in transit, right about to hit WeenieWhistle, so...
Yeah, and so the reason why I went into Beast over here is, just in case WeenieWhistle does survive, I want it to be safe against the Q-Force or Super Vulcan, but as we could see, that final shot just instantly closed it out.
Yeah, well played to Symes and WeenieWhistle both. And we really saw the merits of the Chonk Gregor setup with the double holy panel and a really heavy defense. So even though Symes took some really big combos from WeenieWhistle, to be honest, losing a ton of HP on certain rounds, and I think even in the first game, I think WeenieWhistle did more damage to Symes than Symes did to WeenieWhistle, but just because of that huge HP difference, Symes managed to squeeze out that game, and then and a similar occurrence in the second game there. WeenieWhistle landing a pretty solid turn with the High Boomer Bubble Star into Charge Tackle, and a lot of just decent amounts of damage coming out, but just not enough to close it out.
Yeah, and I don't think in that entire set we never even saw a Q-Force or anything come out from either side.
Yeah, so that really demonstrates just how much damage Gregor can put out with just their charge shots and their beast charges, and then just a couple of offensive chips like that, right? Not even needing to throw out your Giga to finish your opponent off. But yeah, well played once again to Symes and WeenieWhistle, and I think with that we can head into the setups for our next set of the day, which I believe is HonorNite versus Neryth.
Yeah, so we saw HonorNite against Rocku already, but this is our first time today seeing this this Neryth guy here.
Yeah, I can't say I approve of this folder, because you can see here that Muramasa is placed at the top, and that actually affects chip the chip draw order, so it affects the probability of drawing an early Muramasa. And so this guy must be pretty new because he clearly doesn't know that, which is why he placed it at the top of his folder.
Yeah, and it's not even like this is just using the ID sort either, because we see that Q-Force and those SP navis right at the top. This actually looks like it might be a code sort, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, this looks like an alphabetical sort, so it is sorting by the code letter. So I would advise this person to, in the future, switch out that Muramasa or move it further down the list so that it doesn't come up like turn 1 every single game in your hand. Because sure, you've got that cust +2 cust, so you've got cust 7 as Gregor. That's pretty good, but definitely you might as well have cust 6 because that's what that Muramasa early draw is going to do to your hands.
Yeah, it won't show up at the beginning every round, but it does have a higher chance, and I don't think that 0 damage Muramasa on turn 1 is going to be very useful, so...
Yeah, definitely something to reconsider when submitting your folder and when building your folder. It's just the chip order. But yeah, what do you think about this matchup?
I think that you won the pool set with a very offensive folder.
Yeah, that's true. So, in the round robins, I did manage to take this set against HonorNite, but this is gonna be HonorNite's chance for revenge here. So we're gonna see whether or not there are any adaptations being made that can anything that can be learned from that previous set in the round robin stage that would give HonorNite an edge in this matchup. And I think we can head into the set.
Yeah, I think so. And so we see those center holy panels start here. Both players have a few ways of dealing with that in their folders, so...
Yeah, HonorNite choosing to go Dust turn 1, trying to pull the hub batch, as well as the bug fix here. So what's really interesting here about HonorNite's setup is that it's a 2300 HP setup, and I think that's relatively rare. Even for a hub batch oriented setup, or let's say a BDT setup, it's a little bit strange to see 2300 HP.
Yeah, I think it's not even, it's that he has a 2300 HP, but also has both beat and rush. So with that much HP, that is a lot of utility in the cust as well. But we see the Elect Dragon come out here, and so HonorNite's actually already taken over 500 damage this turn.
Yeah, and both players managed to destroy the holy panel that was present at the start of the turn. So.
And we're definitely seeing the effect of having that much more HP come into play. You've still taken 0 damage, and HonorNite's already taken over 500. And yet we still see him up by almost 250 HP, in spite of that.
Yeah, definitely the raw HP difference can be pretty difficult to handle, but at least HonorNite doesn't have the recovery 300s. Ooh, Erased Man getting stolen by Anti-Navi here, so HonorNite not able to use that to paralyze Neryth right here.
And it looks like Neryth actually has no way of dealing with this life aura.
Ooh, and HonorNite does pull the hub batch here. Might choose to throw these chips into the trash chute.
And with no bug fix pull from HonorNite, he actually cannot damage this center back panel at all, so... It looks like this might be one of these rare occurrences where the life aura just has to time out, but as soon as it does, HonorNite is still holding that barrier 200.
Yeah, both players playing this extremely slow. I don't think Neryth has used a chip in the past 2 or 3 turns here.
Yeah, and we're actually, we are seeing, oh, it's finally gone, but we were seeing HonorNite's HP tick down from that HP bug.
Yeah, and HonorNite's life aura has also timed out there, so finally HonorNite can use this barrier 200 and invis.
And that also used up all of his beast turns. That might not have really worked out the best for HonorNite, because now he will no longer have beast for all of those Elect Pulse 2 Windwreck combos.
Instead, yeah, it might be extremely difficult to land them at this point. HonorNite still does have a lot of area grabs, but they're definitely going to be avoidable now.
Yeah, I do think it's worth pointing out that patience in this game is definitely a virtue, but I feel like in cases like that, it's almost possible to be too passive. I think sometimes you just have to, like, go more aggressive and try to, like, make, like, not like force a play, but sometimes you definitely have to just, take advantage of the situation.
Ooh, and HonorNite has 3 area grabs here, and this Judge Man, so this could be a Tomahawk turn for sure to try to punish and remove this SoulXCross. And this Element Man as well. So this looks like these chips that HonorNite has pulled are a really good answer to this SoulXCross on Sanctuary.
Yeah, getting rid of the holy panels and the SoulXCross with a single element man is definitely a huge amount of value from one chip.
Yeah, so it looks like HonorNite is thinking it through, maybe wanting to use the Judge Man, trying to line up with it, and get the paralysis to confirm an Element Man would. And that would both decross and remove the Sanctuary at the same time. The Bubble Star misses. And HonorNite puts up an anti-damage here. Gets back some area with this Judge Man, and goes for this Tengu Lock play right here.
Ooh, and we could see him go for the freeze instead to keep those holy panels from... Oh no! You very unfortunate whiff. It looked like he was going for the freeze there, but unfortunately just missed that. So now he has no other way of dealing with these holy panels. But this is actually still a very strong position for him. Oh, never mind. The Windwreck into Muramasa. And we see there that having that Muramasa at the top of Neryth's folder actually paid off for him there. Maybe it was definitely a good pick after all.
Yeah, that's possible, but it could also just be a fluke. So HonorNite going to SoulXCross once again to use the Trash Chute, and Neryth going into Erase Cross here, but this turn 1 Erase Man gets blocked by Life Aura.
Yeah, losing SoulXCross on turn 1 would have been really bad for HonorNite, but fortunately for him, he was prepared with that Life Aura. I don't think you have any other cursor chips in your folder, right? So he knew he could would be relatively safe if he just camped that Life Aura.
Yeah, there were no other cursor chips there, so the only possibility was that Erase Man.
And N1GP is saying in chat that was a ton of value, getting the first barrier and Fish finding out that's not anti-Navi. Yeah, so as we mentioned in his previous match, HonorNite has that has the Buster bug, and he got the charge shot proc there, and we could see from the damage it did that Neryth has anti-Navi up, not anti-damage. So yeah, shoutouts to the N1GP user in chat.
So HonorNite going to lose this Life Aura to the Windwreck most likely, but pulling Bug Fix.
Yeah, he tried to step forward there with the Warp Bug to keep the Life Aura. We've seen that a few times before, but it looks like the Windwreck was still able to remove it.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting that the Windwreck basically sends out invisible projectiles, and that's the actual the wind push effect. So you could actually step past it potentially with the warp step. So HonorNite not pulling the hub batch yet, still stuck at Cust 5, but these hands aren't too bad. Because of HonorNite's folder being primarily star code chips, there's nothing really weighing these hands down.
Yeah, it's a very interesting folder. In some ways it almost plays more like a Gregor folder, but instead of Q-Force he has the Pulse Windwreck combos, as we're seeing here. And he's taking full advantage of the broken panels from the Dust Beast charge against the no shoes Gregor here.
Yeah, definitely showcasing the utility from the Falzar Beast charges. So HonorNite was going to get one more turn of Dust Beast here, and is going to pop Hub Batch. The Judge Man from Neryth does not connect. And we saw that very threatening Muramasa come out from Neryth right there.
Yeah, and we saw him bait the anti-Navi with that erase man, so now he's able to get the slash D cross with this ground man.
So even though HonorNite no longer has access to Beast Rush, using these area grabs, HonorNite does have 5 area grabs in their folder. So more than enough area grabs to get +1 area and then try to confirm using Elect Pulse 2 into Wind Rack.
Yeah, another thing you can do, which I've done before while playing E code, is you can use the left plus B gusts from a Tengu cross, and you can use those to confirm the Elect Pulse and Wind Racks with Tengu as well. So even with the Beast outgone, there's still multiple ways to land the Elect Pulses and Wind Racks. And he uses the Element Man on the whole, but I don't, with the drag from that Elect Pulse 2, I don't think it was possible for Neryth to move out of the way in time of that final P shot, so we're going into another do or die round 3 here.
Yeah, that was a very smooth combo from HonorNite, except for the final little Element Man trying to land on the panel only to disappear.
Ooh, and we're seeing the huge damage come out from that Doll Thunder.
Ooh, and HonorNite choosing to just pop that full cast, not gonna wait until the end of turn there, and get an extra turn of Dust Digging.
Yeah, it looks like he was considering it, but he already has lost so much HP. I guess he didn't want to deal with the rest of that slow gauge turn against the SoulXCross with the warp step. He could have, and on the poison panels as well. It may have been a good call to just cut his losses with the and use the full cast instead of going for the extra turn, because that could save him a lot of damage in the long run.
Yeah, definitely it was possible there for HonorNite to lose another 300 or 400 HP before the turn was over.
Yeah, I think it would have been pretty greedy in that situation to hang on to his full cost.
Beat taking away a Mega Chip.
He opted to just take the damage from the Tomahawk Man instead of using his barrier as well. He's actually now lost in these first 2 turns. He's already lost just over 1,000 HP.
Yeah, and with no recovery 300s in play, this HP is going to be what he's stuck with.
Yeah, and despite all that though, the HP here is actually still very even.
And yeah, that was an interesting choice to hold on to that barrier 200. and HonorNite actually manages to take the bubble while buffering the movement back, and that resulted in HonorNite warp stepping back and actually breaking the bubble with a second hit of the same bubble star. So that actually denied the double damage from the Elect Dragon.
And we do see that all-important hub batch now in his hand.
And what's interesting here is we can actually see so much value from the Dust Beast charge, the chip charge right here. Because of Neryth not having air shoes or float shoes, these cracked panels are going to greatly restrict the movement here.
And so we see Life Aura coming out from both players here. But HonorNite actually has this Wind Rack. We'll see if he's able to remove Neryth's Life Aura with that. And he's got that lucky 7 HP, the main character HP there. And so we see HonorNite going for this bug fix into Hub Batch turn, and going into T-Hawk here against this Elect Beast. It's definitely a good call going into Tomahawk here with against this V-Code folder with the Super Vulcan and the Bubble Star combos. That Tomahawk cross will keep him safe. And he is trading here these P shots against the Gregor Buster, but wow, and he even has the Element Man to immediately remove the Sanct. I'm not actually sure who these trades are better for, because if he was using the Buster bug with Buster ups to get like the attack 8 or 9 or even the full 10, I think the Buster bug could definitely win the trades even against that Gregor Vulcan, but with only attack 5, I'm not really sure who wins those trades.
Yeah, definitely with the attack 5, it's pretty close. It's a lot more even, but with an attack 10 Buster Jam setup, the trades I feel like would be going a little bit more in his favor.
It'll be interesting to see what cross Neryth goes for here on this grass field against Tomahawk cross. Heat cross would, or Heat Beast would definitely be very tempting. That single Heat Beast charge on Tomahawk cross on grass would, I think, do a clean 600 damage. So.
And yeah, it is Heat Beast, but HonorNite has 3 area grabs this turn. He's gonna be able to play safe if he feels like it.
Ooh, Ooh, that is a very unfortunate Judgment TFC on the area grab there. And yeah, once HonorNite's own Invisible expired, we saw him step right back because he did not want to risk taking that Heat Beast charge. And now we see a, this could actually end the game right here, this Erase Man with the Elect Pulse and Windrack.
Yeah, and these are HonorNite's final chips as well, so...
Yeah, unless we see a Beast over from Neryth here, it could actually be very, will be very rough to survive this final combo from HonorNite's folder, but it looks like he might even be thinking about holding on to that final Elect Pulse and Windrack. Ooh, and we do see that Beast over coming out. But the Tengu Man SP gets blocked by the anti-damage. Oh no, and the Beast over uses the Erase Man too early while HonorNite is still off the field from the anti-damage. The AI definitely
So now we're about to see the rapid HP drain that comes with the tired status and the use of Beast over.
It might be worth it for HonorNite to even consider using his own Beast over here just to make sure he's completely safe on this next turn. But instead it looks like he's opting for a ground cross play here. Oh, and we see this Super Vulcan, but if that Super Vulcan had a white pill on it, I think that actually would have been the game for Neryth.
Yeah, that Super Vulcan unfortunately did not have a white capsule on it. The Tengu SP actually had the white capsule attached to it, and it got blocked by the anti-damage. So what I wanted to do was actually just use the Tengu SP to finish it on that turn, on the Beast over turn, and use the white capsule just to make it so there's no blinking from the Tengu SP landing. And that would put HonorNite at 2 HP. But unfortunately, he blocks it with anti-damage, and then I don't have a second white capsule to attach to the Super Vulcan afterwards. But yeah, well played to HonorNite there.
Yeah, that was definitely a extremely close match at the end there. Very well played to both you and HonorNite. But this time it looks like he's the one moving on in winner's bracket.
Yeah, and I think with that we can move into the setups for our next set of the day, which is Salad versus Thiago.
Yeah, so we saw Thiago against Godon earlier. I think this is our first time today seeing Salad's folder. So it's definitely a very unique folder. We see actually a lot of splash here. It's basically all splash. We have the Encode, Neovari, Meteor Knuckle. That's always a classic combo. That can like clear well over 1,000 damage just in one turn if you get the full damage from the Neovari and then like 5 hits from the Meteor Knuckle. Then we see the 2 Elect Dragon L codes with the uninstall, the Grab Revenge Sanctuary, Bubble Wrap, all in a Z code. And then even the Barrier 200 and Erasement as P and K codes. So there we have, and then the 2T SP Navis, the Tomahawk Man, Tengu Man, T brothers. So it's a lot of codes that have just 2 or 3 chips, but we do see the 2 custom ones and the folder pack one. So Salad has a full cust aid to accommodate this. Was basically almost like an alphabet soup folder. And we also see the 2 fast gauges. And then if you wanted to take us through Thiago's folder once more.
Yeah, sure. So Thiago is playing Gregar. It's a 1500 HP airshoe setup with a Cust 7. Running Kernel Force, Element Man SP, and Ground Man SP. And uninstall in G code. A lot of the usual suspects for a Gregar Buster oriented setup. So the double slow gauge, standard defenses, just missing 1 anti-damage and 1 invis, so running 2 of each instead of 3. Which does make the invis a little bit worse against Rush. But really what's going on here is the Kernel Force Gundel Soul combination. And I believe it's already been mentioned, it's already been explained earlier today, but basically the Kernel Force, one of the major defenses that can block the Kernel Force is Invis. So the Gundel Soul chip series has an effect that as long as it tags a target for even a split second, if it does any damage whatsoever, it strips Invis from that target. So using Kernel Force and then using Gundel Soul on the same turn, the synergy there is that the Gundel Soul will remove Invis from the target, and then the Kernel Force will connect and paralyze the target, which also confirms the rest of the Gundel Soul, which does 480 damage with Gundel Soul 3. So just a massive amount of damage from that Kernel Force Gundel Soul combo. And I believe we saw Thiago do 1500 damage with that combo earlier today. So it's really extremely lethal, especially against the lower HP setup. And Salad is running 1400 HP, so definitely there's the 1-turn kill combo potential for Thiago right here. And I think that's everything to cover here.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've already seen a few of these earlier, but I think this is yet another salty run back match, because I think Thiago won in their round robin match 2-0. So we'll see if Salad can complete the salty run back.
Yeah, and as you've mentioned, it's really interesting because there's basically 2 chips from multiple codes here in Salad's folder. You can see the Elect Dragons coming out here, Grab Revenge regged, and then Sanctuary, so 2 Z code chips. So yeah, it is extremely alphabet soupy, but having the Cust 8 and being in Falzar, really giving you access to that Dust Cross, is what makes this folder really playable here. Ooh, Thiago landing that Bubble Star right off the bat.
Ooh, and that Wood Dragon missing. I wonder if that Wood Dragon might have had Thiago's uninstall on it, so...
Yeah, it's very likely that it did. Ooh, and that rock cube actually not connecting. A double area grab coming out, one from each player. Gonna cancel the area out back to neutral. And then Salad pops the full cust here, goes right back into cust. And we see both fast gauges here for Salad. So because it's a double fast gauge versus double slow gauge, whoever pops the gauge first is gonna have to sit through the opponent's gauge for most of the game.
Yeah,
So-
but I think... Oh, go ahead.
So it's gonna probably be a question of whoever's more comfortable with normal gauge, whoever can just sit through it for the longer period of time.
Yeah, I do think it's also worth noting though, ooh, we see the machine gun D-cross there, the Salad's dust cross, and now we see Rush come out from Salad. I do think it's worth noting that both players... Actually, no, Thiago does have Recuv 300s, but I'm not sure if this match will go the distance to the point where you will see both gauges come out from both players, because in a matchup like this, we could actually see some very fast deletions.
Ooh, so that was actually pretty interesting. I think Salad was fishing for a ×2 anger proc off of that rush, but wasn't able to get it for some reason. I wonder if the poison panels had something to do with it, but that was actually kind of interesting, not being able to get anger off of rush. Ooh, and Salad actually charging these fast gauges.
Thiago does have 2 Godons in his folder, so we've maybe seen one of those come out this turn to remove the Sanctuary.
Yeah, that would be a good use of the Godon, although Salad is in Beast out right now, so it would not lock Salad in place. Ooh, and Tengu Beast on top of that. There comes the Godon to deal with the Holy Panels. Ooh, and will this ×2 Meteor Knuckle land? And it does. Thiago did not have defense there. It's 800 damage, 4 hits of the Meteor Knuckles in that corner. He uses Splash Cloth as well.
He had just used the Recuv 300, so yeah, there might have been some chip lock out there on the recovery.
Ooh, yeah, that is true.
And I think 4 hits in the corner like that is average. It's not above or below, yeah, it's exactly average.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a lot worse for Thiago right there. Windrat coming out to deal with the Life Aura, but ooh, this Erase Man SP, it is gonna time out in the center, so there's no input needed here to confirm it.
And we'll see if Salad gets the Ground Beast chip charge off of this.
Oh wow, that was a huge amount of damage. Gonna area grab forward too to confirm these Falzar Fetters. Ooh, but sent back by the Grab Revenge. The Barrier 200 was damaged.
Ooh.
And Salad closes out game 1.
Yeah, Thiago almost made it to that next turn. That was close, but Salad was just able to close it out with the Feather Buster there.
Yeah, and Thiago potentially making it to that next turn could have been huge. You have to keep in mind that there is the Gundel Force threat. Ooh, and this is a bad SoulXCross matchup for Thiago here.
Yeah, and he did have that Element Man SP, but Salad had the anti-damage for it.
Both players trading Erase Man here, but Salad's gonna do twice as much damage thanks to this freeze. Ooh.
Ooh, and Thiago gets the counter hit. And Salad is unable to use the Neo variable sword before the end of the turn. It looks like, unfortunately, she's just gonna have to toss it. And we'll see if Thiago is able to go for a full synchro play on this turn. Salad does have the invis.
Yeah, and Thiago doesn't have that many high damage chips that would benefit from the full synchro outside of time freeze.
Oh, he's going into Beast Out. Oh, the ground man SP.
That is a ×2 ground man SP, so
And yeah, with the Beast Out, that actually looked like it could have been a full synchro Q force.
ooh, very unfortunate there for Thiago. The first hit of that beast charge didn't connect, the second one did, and it actually gives Salad invisibility for a brief moment here.
Yeah, and we'll see if Thiago decides to go for Elect Beast here to try and clear out those holy panels. He will need to reclaim that area, though, in order for that to work. Otherwise, the back column will still be safe. But we do see Salad already at a very low HP here. And he's going into Heat Beast instead. With the Q Force.
Ooh, and the Gundel Soul finisher. The Kernel Force soldier is paralyzed to allow that Gundel Soul to connect.
And the Gundel Soul is actually unaffected by holy panels. It will still do its full damage.
Yeah, it goes through barriers and life aura as well, so there's no defense that can protect against the Gundel Soul other than green invulnerability from either Beastover or
I think
Fanfare.
Reflector chips actually.
Oh.
block it.
Yeah, that is right. So Reflector, I'm not sure if Shield as well.
I don't think Shield does, but we see the Judge Man on that area grab there. Ooh, into the Godon.
Ooh. So this is going to be probably an instant full cust pop here to try to mitigate this Gundel Soul.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the best play by Thiago to go for it on turn 1 when, I mean, Salad doesn't have full cust reg though, she has the grab revenge reg instead, so I guess to be fair to Thiago there, you don't know if she's gonna have it on the first turn or not like you normally see with Dust Dig builds.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thiago gambled, Salad did not have it, and ended up losing out on that trade.
Now we actually see Thiago going for the Erase Beast here. But with that fast gauge from Salad, Thiago will not have time to... He only has time to charge that first tail arrow to take out the life aura, and then he just has to use those other chips. We'll see if the slow gauge comes out from him on this next turn. He actually has a Wind Rack reg instead of slow gauge reg, so there's no guarantee he'll even have it in his hand. He might lose another beast turn to this fast gauge here. Ooh, he does have the slow gauge and the life aura. This could be a bad turn for Salad. But she uses the Dust Beast charge to avoid the tail arrow.
And this Tomahawk SP is going to destroy that life aura as well. Unfortunately not able to get that Tenguman SP. Thiago does have that anti-damage up, but if it did connect, it would have done 640 damage.
And it looks like Thiago had no more chips left to Beast charge, so we just saw him going for the Buster there. So Salad manages to keep her dust intact through the Erase Beast for those 2 turns.
So Salad actually choosing to shuffle or to throw the Meteor Knuckle to the back of the folder there. Ooh, Thiago managing to take down this Dust Cross finally. Ooh, and this Erase Man SP does not connect from Salad.
Yeah, the problem for Thiago is he threw his grab revenge here, so his area grab will actually just set it back to neutral area. It may have been the better play for him to hold the Erase Man and just let the grab revenge go through.
Ooh, Salad losing that barrier 200, the final hit of it at the end of that. Turn right there, but does pull this bubble wrap. Looks like this is going to be an Elect Dragon uninstall turn, so trying to hit Thiago with this and remove that air shoes. It's really weird to think about the fact that Thiago actually doesn't have super armor. Ooh, and the uninstall connects. Element Man SP getting blocked by anti-damage here.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate for Thiago right now.
Yeah, the fact that he was uninstalled as well, losing those air shoes means that these charge tackles will not be able to go over the broken panels.
This could be very bad for Salad actually if Thiago goes into SoulXCross this turn, but he might stay in charge. His Erase and Slash are already gone, so he only has 3 crosses left to work with.
Ooh, that Wood Dragon delivering a counter hit. Salad able to mash out every chip that turn. Getting a lot of value out there from putting on the Bubble Wrap and the Sanctuary on the same turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Salad's predicting Thiago to go SoulXCross next turn to deal with this Bubble Wrap and Spout Cross, so she's instead switching to Tomahawk Cross, but it looks like Thiago's staying in Charge Cross.
Yeah, and very nice here, getting that Judgman panel return before this Godon comes in.
Ooh, and we could be about to see a full Meteor Knuckle. Thiago, you gotta get out of the... He can't get out of the corner though, he's locked in there. His own Godon is working against him after being uninstalled.
And Salad just gonna play patiently for these 2 chips here, the Neo Variable Meteor Knuckle.
Thiago trapping himself with his own Godon is definitely very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, if not for those area grabs, Thiago would actually have access to those panels right in front of him, though. So once these panels come back, Salad is going to step up. Ooh, double Life Sword into the Meteor Knuckle. Ooh, and this area grab is very good for Thiago, but hard to say exactly how much damage.
Look at the Mega Man trying to escape from the Charge Cross.
Or is it Charge Cross trying to escape from Mega Man?
It looks like Thiago's his soul is trying to escape from his body. He does not want to be here. And now he's actually locked to take these ground cross charge shots.
Oh jeez, this is brutal. So ground cross, you know, no one could walk into it and take the hits, but because Thiago has nowhere to go, he's just forced to eat it. Ooh,
Oh
very
wow, the
nice.
charge tackle actually made it move to a different spot. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, it's very interesting that the ground cross locked on.
And he's now
Oh wow. That's actually so painful, and it doesn't even set your opponent to blinking. So
Oh no, and he's going for the beast over Q-Force, but with that middle robe locked.
oh no, and the ground cross comes up and finishes Thiago right off with that drill. Wow, so that was quite a set.
Yeah, that was extremely well played by both players there, but seeing the ground cross lock there come out from Salad at the end, there was not much Thiago could do.
Yeah, definitely, especially with all of that panel breaking. First from the Godon there, and that double area grab from Salad, locking Thiago in place for the double life sword Neo variable sword and the meteor knuckle. And Thiago managing to probably avoid a little bit of damage with that one area grab back, reducing the meteor knuckle damage by just a little bit, but ultimately just not enough. Those ground cross charge shots were really brutal to watch.
Yeah, it seemed like Thiago had used all of his defense. He didn't really have any options left to avoid it, so instead he just had to take them. And it's rare to see it, but if you can get the ground cross charge confirmed, it's actually one of the highest DPS charges in the game. And Salah does have attack back, so we saw that was a huge amount of damage on Thiago at the end.
Yeah, that was a really good set between Salad and Thiago. Well played to both players, and yeah, I think that was honestly pretty. That was just a pretty brutal set, coming down to both players using up all of their chips, I think.
Yeah, but so that'll actually be it for me today on stream. Definitely saw some great matches. And so I think Soul will be jumping back on, so
Yeah, thanks for casting, Symes, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
yeah, thanks for having me. I think there's still a few more hype matches left, so those will definitely be fun to see. And bye.
And I think with that, we can move into setups for the next set of the day. So our next setup for today the next set is going to be between Virillion and Dorman.
Alright, I am finally back. Thank you, SoulXCross, for taking my spot so I can eat some delicious meals. But now I am back with the energy. Are you ready, Neryth?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. So let's go up to this next match with Viri versus Dorman.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I don't think we've seen Dorman's setup yet today, have we?
So, no, we haven't. This is actually the first appearance for Dorman.
Yeah, so we have talked about Virillion's setup earlier today. It is the B code Chunk Gregar, 2200 HP, recovery 300s. Just B code offers a lot of damage, a lot of V-cross potential, just a lot of coverage overall, and then the ×2 potential as well. So definitely something to watch out for, just the amount of damage that B-code can put out. And then when you combine it with Gregar crosses and Gregar beast charges and everything, just a lot of damage potential for sure. And then on Dorman's side, we see it is also B-code Gregar, but it is not a chonk setup. Does not have recovery 300s, only has recovery 200s.
So the thing is, with B-code, you really want to be careful of being on grass with that ×2 Blastman SP. That's 1k damage for those who don't know. That hurts a lot. Like, oh no, it's 500, but with full synchro or anger is what I meant to say. It does 1k damage. So if you use something like invisible, knowing that your opponent has rush in their folder, so you can intentionally trigger invisible to get that rush to activate, let it time out, and sit on that hefty ×2 big damage energy. It is one of the scariest things to look down without an anti-damage or an invis in your hand, because you know you're about to take all that.
Yeah, and Virillion does not have rush, but Dorman does, so there is the potential for Virillion to bait that rush, get anger through it, and then get that ×2 play. So we'll see whether or not that happens here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a grudge match for the ages. I'm thinking maybe those recover 200s in Q code might make a little bit of the difference in the HPs here. Depending on when it's drawn, of course, there's no guarantee that that'll be in their hand by the time this comes into play. With a cut size of 6, but we've all seen HonorNite's luck with his draws. Granted that he has Dustcross to help out with that, but I don't know. It's gonna be really interesting to see this match. Let's hop into it, shall we?
Yeah, let's.
Man, Virillion has been on a tear. I don't think they played in tournament in almost a year or two. It's been a long, long time since Virillion's been playing with us. And it's so good to see them back, as if nothing changed. Back here at Top Tables, as per usual, business as usual. It's crazy out here, man. Alright, here we go. The combatants are set. It's time to see how this match turns out. Oh man. Automatically starting with turn 1 bug fix. What are these hacks? What is this? It's like he's playing in Dust, but he's Gregar. Man, what luck. I wish I top decked bug fix every time I played it, or uninstall whenever I played it in my Gregar setups. What am I doing differently? Oh, obviously I'm not a sword saint, so that must be a big deal. Anyway, here we go, turn 1 slash versus charge. Bug fix will come into play, but a TFC invis will happen here. I think it's a little too early to reveal invis, especially since you don't know if your opponent has a TFC. So slow gauge will play a part in denying most of its invis. Element in hand, oh, waiting for that D-cross. Ooh. And there's Virilion's ugly head. We hate V. I don't like V. I don't know if you like V, but I like using V, so that's fine, right?
Yeah, beat is definitely kind of an annoyance, just having to throw a single mega chip to it. And Virillion getting this this early advantage here with this +1 area and /cross.
Ooh, we see a massive combo coming out. Will we see a cross? Now, Rice will keep slash. We have advantage here, so let's try to push that advantage as much as we can with these threes, man. Oh, but the grab revenge. Maybe choosing the cross would have been good here. But alternatively, we might get a punish here with this erase cross. Oh, erase man lands the mark. Oh, but they trade erase man. That is very fortunate for Dorman here.
Dorman actually on the losing end of that trade, losing that anti-damage to the erase man as well.
Oh no! Taking 2 hits from the boomer and 2 hits, losing the anti-damage to the machine gun. That was not a good turn to be in.
Yeah, and that was the second anti-damage loss to a cursor chip right there.
Yeah, hold on. In Twitch chat, Astropod says, in parentheses, yo, can I borrow your eraser real quick, top tier, bro? Yo, I'm dead. Yo. Oh man, and there we go. We see the recovers coming out on both sides here. Not too bad if you ask me.
Yeah, but it is recovery 300 versus recovery 200, so ultimately Viri getting extra 200 healing there. Dorman taking quite a bit of damage from this erase beam. Ooh, 2 hits from that one.
Yikes. Ugh. It's something that a lot of players accidentally do, and that's walking in and out of erase beam. You want to go up, down, not left, right, which is walking through the beam, because then you'll take multiple hits. Oh, anti-damage being beast charged here. We'll do ×2. There it is. Nice. Going for another beast charge. Oh, trying to deny something with the beast here, but Judgment will deny the next beast charge. Oh, very good mashing. Barely made it out.
Dorman brought to 1 HP from these erase tails.
And there it is. Area grab in hand will kill. Oh, but unfortunately, it is denied by this area grab. Gotta chip charge this one away, so that way we can break the light for us. It did give Dorman a chance, but unfortunately, no way to capitalize on it. We're gonna have to go to the next game, which is game 2.
Yeah, definitely a case in which the HP difference is creating quite a difference in outcome. Basically an 800, or rather 750 HP difference at the very start.
Hey Neryth, let me ask you a question, man. How would you feel if base was in B code?
That would be horrible.
Wouldn't it? That'd be pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie.
So, what's interesting here is I feel that when it's a Gregor versus Gregor matchup like this, and both players are running B code, there's a really interesting dynamic that you start to see unfold. So the B code SP navis are extremely anti-Balzar. Protoman SP does 280 or 290 damage, gets doubled against Tengu Cross, of course. Blastman SP, 250 damage, gets doubled against Tomahawk Cross. And Tomahawk and Tengu are both really important crosses for Falzar, quite, usually. But because it's a Gregar versus Gregar matchup, neither player is getting that extra value of the V-Cross threat from the B-Code SP navies. And that's resulting in the situation where you see Virillion with all this extra HP able to get extra mileage out of the charge, out of all the charge shots and the beast charges.
Now some great footwork from Dorman, trying to go for a trade on charge shots. I think it's a positive trade for you since you're ahead on life. You really don't want to trade too many because you'll still be taking a lot of damage, right? But here we go, seeing Colonel Force in hand. This is going to be a turn unlike any other. Hopefully Dorman doesn't go erase because that will be a ×2 and a D-Cross with the wind rack. Oh man, this is going to be an explosive turn.
Yeah, if Dorman does not have Invis...
Oh, that's pretty
this
good.
Ooh.
Oh, the beast! Oh, the TFC! He escaped with his life! Oh my gosh! Virillion, you're so lucky! I mean, he probably could have dodged most of them. Oh, that was crazy. Oh, they're both just staring each other down. Oh, I walked into the charge shot. Nice. Grab revenge here is actually really good, especially when you combo it off with something like a boomer. I think I would go for the boomer first just to try and like chip them as they fly by.
Oh no, this area grab is gonna add an extra 80 damage to that grab revenge. Or actually, was that was a grab banish, wasn't it? It's just an extra 40 damage there. Ooh, Dorman's own Colonel Force coming out, but no beast bonus there. And only on 2 panels. Dorman taking that boomer. And getting finished off by Viri's machine gun 3 right there.
Dang, that was a tough game. You see, unfortunately, Gregar matchups always go down to just who out DPSs the other. It's just a bloodbath, so they usually go a little bit quicker. But man, is it such an intense game? Like there's so much mental going on in the middle of this, the firing shots and all that nonsense.
Yeah, one of the interesting parts of the game is the fact that each version does not have any built-in tools through their crosses to decross a player of the same version. So 2 Gregar players, they can't decross each other outside of their chip selection. And the same goes for Balzar, with the exception of Tomahawk Cross being able to decross Tengu Cross due to the charge shot being both sword and wood at the same time. But outside of that one interaction, none of the version crosses can be used to decross anything in the same version. So definitely when you see a Gregar versus Gregar matchup like this, it is just the 2 Gregars butting heads, especially with, like I mentioned, the B-code setup. They really don't have that much to decross each other with. So it really is just whoever can go into the stronger cross for that situation and play off of area advantage using /cross, playing off of the erase tails when it's neutral area and slow gauge and stuff like that. So yeah, well played to Virillion and Dorman.
Very well played to both players, man. But it looks like we're going to see Virillion continue down the line in winner's bracket, this time facing up against Salad herself. Let's see the setups, man. I mean, we've already took a good look at them both. But, oh man, just looking at these folders, it's really just going to come down to Chonky Gregar versus Balzar. And it's just such a dynamic because this big HP pool allows Virillion to survive a lot of things that you usually wouldn't with a lower build or lower HP count like Salad here.
Yeah, and this isn't going to be a mirror version matchup like I mentioned before, so there is going to be a lot of D-Cross potential for the both of them. And I want to say that I feel like Virillion should actually have the advantage because, as I said before, the B code has a lot of tools that are good against Falzar. Blastman SP against Tomahawk, Protoman SP against Tengu, and then the machine gun 3s against Dust Cross and Ground Cross. So that's already almost full coverage, right? Almost full coverage against all of the Falzar crosses.
It's like really interesting. But the Gregar versus Falzar matchup is just, it is so like imperative to know outs in and out versus the other person's crosses, especially maneuvering around Dust, especially maneuvering around Erase, because I feel like Erase is such a terrifying cross to deal with from a Gregar side, especially when your lead first turn usually wants to be that Dust.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very interesting matchup here. And I did mention that Virillion has all of these tools to deal with Falzar crosses, but on the opposite side, you actually have all of these tools that Salad's packing that are really good at dealing with Gregar crosses. Tomahawk SP to take care of Elec, that's 580 damage. Actually, it's 560 damage potentially against Elec cross. Tenguman SP, potentially 640 damage in one chip against Erase cross. And then the Meteor Knuckle, this really lethal check for Slash Cross, potentially doing, well, just like a kernel force, a well set up kernel force level of damage basically from the Meteor Knuckle if it lands on Slash Cross. So definitely a ton of tools here that Salad can also use to check the Gregar crosses. So you're gonna see basically a game of who's able to predict the other person's crosses, the cross mind game, and just playing around your own crosses and trying to maintain that advantage and that aspect of the game, and trying to get those ×2 hits to take down your opponent. So it should be a really entertaining set.
Yeah, you know what? I think we're well versed in the setups. We know what's happening. We know the players. Let's hop into this match and see what shakes, bro. I've got to say, I am a little scared for Virillion here. The defenses are a little more skewed toward the anti-damage as opposed to the invis, right? Usually you would run 3 invis, right? And maybe the 2 anti-damage if you want to run lower defenses. But with only 2 invis here, that means it's 1 less defense against rush, and hypothetically only 1 other invis to protect you for a turn if you need to draw it out in that kind of way. It's pretty difficult when it comes to defenses and how to play them, but we've seen Viri is no slouch using his chips correctly, so we're gonna see how he plays around Salad's game.
Yeah, I really find Salad's setup for this this tournament really interesting. Just the fact that there's so many splash chips, there's 2 to 3 chips from so many codes, and yet it's still so fluid because of the fact that it's in Falzar, so with a cust 8, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. This is... Oh, the fast gauge, I almost completely forgot about that, man. The fast gauge is what really ties this folder up quite nicely, you know. At first, I was a little opposed to it because I didn't see a lot of sequencing in the chips for, like, fast gauge to be such a detriment, but you know what? Salad has used it to such a masterful effect. I don't see it not being a part of this folder as the core strategy. It is so imperative that beating out slow gauge is done here on Salad's part.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely the HP difference, 1400 to 2200. It's really interesting because it really feels like a David versus Goliath situation, right? Your opponent just has so much more HP than you, more than 50% more HP than you do.
Oh, Erase Man that will connect here, and that's a free rock cube of damage. That's 200 on the block after taking such big Elect Man damage and trapping him for the second buster. Oh, what a savage! We can let this go and then fire off a cube. Oh no. We can't stop Raw. Wow. Okay, so not having access to Symes places you in these kinds of predicaments very often, unable to move around because of the hole surrounding you. So what do you do and how do you adjust? What do you think should happen next turn, Neryth?
So a couple of options here would be to one of them would be to go into either Erase or Elect so that you can at least put out some charge shots, right, to threaten your opponent when they try to line up to beat on you. But that might not help you that much against a Falzar player. The Falzar players usually their own charge shot damage isn't as significant, and they might not be as focused on it as a Gregor player. So in this matchup, you can see Salad step down just to get that one rock cube in.
And here we see the value of Tengu SP being able to not only deal with the life aura, but still deal 160 damage here. And no! Stepping forward to take the Tomahawk, that's not good!
Yeah, really seeing those T-code SP navis putting in some work here. Not getting the D-cross damage, not getting the ×2, but just their normal damage is already enough here. And Virillion is down to 1000 HP.
Now imagine, folks, if, like Neryth said, we went into Erase Cross on that last turn, now we would have taken 320 damage regardless of being hit once, and a D-cross, and losing life for it. That would have been a huge momentous thing for Salad there. I still don't think you're wrong about your decision to go Erase or Elect in that situation, though, because I feel like you need to put pressure on in that kind of situation, so it just makes perfect sense, which is why that punish was so spot on. I think it was really good on Virillion for staying in charge here.
Yeah, definitely. Salad doesn't have as much to punish charge cross and T cross with, but those crosses are also not considered as dangerous compared to the other crosses, generally speaking. So the trade-off here of going into charge, obviously Virillion is getting the custom +1 every turn, building up to kind of smooth out his hand, but one of the big trade-offs is that you're probably not going to be getting that much charge shot damage off. And here we see Virillion knows that that the Tomahawk SP was used to hit him just now, so going into Elect Cross, gonna land his Blastman SP against Salad, but it's just gonna do its 250 damage.
Oh
no!
And a drop! Unfortunate, but Salad's still able to respond with this Erase Man. If she leaves it alone, it will time up forward, so she doesn't have to press anything here perfectly. But losing out on that D-Cross is huge in this moment.
Oh no!
Oh
Virillion
no!
just managed to trap himself into this one panel here. Luckily, I do think one of these panels surrounding him is gonna return quite soon, but it is still a very bad situation. You're gonna have to allow yourself to get comboed here potentially.
Thankfully, there isn't a whole lot of combo tools in Salad's hand right now. Much more defensive. Maybe we will see a Tomahawk change here. The Tomahawk change will make it a very desperate situation for Vir here. Oh, but we see a cross change. Amazing cross change in this moment. That was so smart. No longer fearing the Tengu Man SP. We can safely go into this cross. Maybe we won't see a Windrak, hopefully.
The Race Man not connecting from Viri does manage to steal this one panel here, but it quickly gets taken back by Salad. Invis gain dropped by Salad as well. Viri trying to remove it with this Erase Beam. Not able to do so before the end of the turn.
Oh, the Meteor Knuckle into Neo Variable True combo! I'm trying to see it! I'm trying to see it! Oh man, come on! Salad, did she take it? I don't think she did. Oh! Very no!
Oh, wow.
Very no!
That's a 3-panel configuration for the Meteor Knuckle. That was a massive amount of damage. I think that was 5 or 6 hits.
Oh my, that was the place you didn't want to be in! And Very accidentally stepped down in there! Ah, dang!
So there we see, even with that huge HP difference, you can see how quickly you can lose it to the sheer amount of damage from these SP navies. And then the Meteor Knuckle, and I don't think the Neo Variable Sword was even used there.
No, it wasn't. It was just knock it's Knuckles, bro. Oh, and here we go. Turn 1 going into spout here. Predict. Oh, the movement. Yo, hold on, time out. Yo, the tiptoeing. Come on. This doesn't get any better than this. Able to preserve the trap and tiptoe in and out of that machine gun. That is supreme movement just now. That was insane. Oh my gosh, yo. What?
Yeah, definitely super rare seeing that that type of movement, just dodging every single machine gun shot. Usually at least one shot will probably clip your opponent, but when your opponent can just flawlessly dance every single machine gun shot, that has got to be kind of demoralizing.
Oh, Very is more than used to these kinds of situations. He too is a veteran, so of course he's gonna make a quick adjustment in this upcoming round. Maybe even a read here that Dust would be coming out and just go out with another. Oh, is it gonna come? No, okay. Instead we get invisible here and the area grab, which will trap Fury here, but the area grab to counter that as well. But you still can't escape this erase man, as walking forward will confirm in the center, no matter where you're standing.
And we'll see here if Salad can land this double life sword input. She does.
The double life sword! Oh, no!
That is a clean 440 damage, I believe.
Oh my gosh!
Unfortunately, that one rock cube right afterwards did not connect, but still 440 damage. You can see Virillion is already on even HP with Salad here when he started with 2200, so losing more than 800 HP.
In a blink of an eye, mind you, it's just insane, but how did you even move? That's cheating! You weren't even moving, you were using a chip! Oh my gosh, and she still preserved it!
No, that 400 damage rock cube to follow up that element man. Salad is gonna take the ×2 hit here, but it's on a Sanctuary, so it's basically just ×1.
Oh, for the cut! Let's go! The 500 damage Fury's not out of this yet, ladies and gentlemen! He knows he wants vengeance, bro! He can't go out like that! Let's see it, please, Veer! Give this man your energy!
Yeah, definitely a comeback here for Virillion, bringing Salad down to 459 HP, but this anger is something to watch out for.
Oh man, anger means ×2 damage. Could have even went for a Knuckles play here, but I agree with not taking it. Slow down your pace, because right now Very's swinging back into action and we just can't let him gain too much momentum, especially on a whiff of a Meteor Knuckle. I think this was the best play possible.
Oh wow, and that full cust preserves
Yes.
the anger into the next turn.
Oh.
So Salad got all the benefits of being able to drop that defense there, get the life aura up, and now sitting on these holy panels, just sitting pretty here, and now also having the potential for this ×2 play.
Very not TFCing to that. He knows. He understands. No, your P shots mean nothing. I will wait this out. I am fine. Everything is fine. And he times out the anger. Masterful. And he TFCs. Double TFC. He had the answer. Let's go. But now he's trapped. Oh, but the recover. Oh my god. What is happening right now? Yo, y'all can't be playing like this. Yo, this is too much.
This is, even though Virillion played quite well there, managing to block that Meteor Knuckles with Invis, just the fact that these panels are broken is actually a huge problem. not having air shoes does mean that Virillion is going to have to just stand there and wait for these panels to return, and probably take a bunch of charge shots, take just whatever Salad throws at him, he's just going to have to sit through it.
Thankfully, he has more than enough HP to at least last out a fast gauge turn, so he could use this opportunity to try and recover, but Salad is definitely not allowing that chance to come down. And we do get the wood here. Oh, there goes the first charge shot. Grab Banish is bound. Maybe a wood wreck next?
Ooh, and this area grab is going to give Virillion even less options for movement here. He's just stuck here with this Tomahawk axe chopping down on his neck.
Almost as if he's a tall tree that needs to come down in your backyard. Salad is just chopping, my guy. Like, it don't even matter no more. She just said, I got this axe and I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't mention during setups is the attack max from Salad. So just the amount of damage is crazy from these charge shots. So in a lot of Falzar setups, you see a fairly low attack, like maybe attack 4, or even at just attack 1. But here with attack max, the charge shots are brutal.
Oh, the
And
life aura.
Life Aura isn't even going to do that much. It's going to protect from that one hit of Tomahawk SP.
Oh, but the Judgment is in hand! Salad knew! She knew what was coming!
Yeah, and it strips away Virillion's Invis right there, so...
Oh man, what a game! Virillion played masterfully, but his style was just so clean. Oh no, what are y'all trying to do to me? You didn't tell me I was gonna be watching matches like this all day. What are y'all trying to do, bro?
Yeah, an insane set between Salad and Virillion. Just well played to both players there. But just wow, some of those turns were just just leaving me speechless here.
Yeah, same, bro. Like, okay, I don't want to be the opponent that fights Virillion next. Not after that, bro. That is anger. That is masterful anger, bro. I don't even want to look at this man in the eye, bro. I'm just gonna walk away. And I hope I'm not his next opponent, because Virillion's coming for blood in those shark-infested waters in the losers bracket. So if you thought this was crazy gameplay, wait until you know that this is on the line and I can go home from here, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be something to watch the rest of those sets. But until then, we have our final set of the day, I believe, which is Symes versus HonorNite.
Oh my gosh! Is this just gonna be another one? Am I? I'm not ready, bro. Like, what do you want me to? Oh my gosh, bro.
So this is another Gregor versus Falzar matchup here, and I have to admit, I prefer having the opposite version matchups compared to the same version matchups for the reason that I gave previously, which is just that there's a lot more D-cross potential, and the cross mind games are I feel like a lot more intricate. But here with Symes' setup, it is the B code Chunk Gregor with the modification of having these two holy panels. So it is extremely beefy. It's very similar to Virillion's setup in a lot of ways, and a lot of people entered the tournament with this B code setup. And it's not something that plays itself, as we have discovered. Just because a lot of people entered with a B code Gregor setup, fairly similar setups, doesn't mean that everyone can play it to its utmost potential. It does take practice, it does take some game knowledge and understanding, and then the execution, of course, as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And speaking of execution, we're really thinking about HonorNite with this five chip hands that he has to deal with, right? But he's going up against Symes. Symes is a repeatable top player. Like, he's won the last few events straight up. And it's just like, this is your opponent now. So HonorNite, you really gotta be on your P's on Q's for this one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Symes definitely tends to make it up to the finalists. Tends to make it in a top cut every single time, and then usually top 2, top 3 without much trouble. So Symes is one of the top players for sure. And HonorNite setup, 2300 HP, Falzar, the hub batch setup with the Bugged Buster. I'm not sure if it's gonna. So this is probably gonna be a pretty brutal matchup with both players running slow gauge with this super high HP setup. The Elect Pulse 2s and Wind Racks coming out from HonorNite here. It's gonna be really interesting because HonorNite doesn't have. So this isn't gonna be like that match we just saw with Salad versus Virillion, because Salad had a lot of SP navies, a lot of heavy hitting chips. Had Meteor Knuckle, had a lot of chips that can really smash Gregar into the ground if the Gregar plays it wrong. HonorNite doesn't really have as much of that. There's the Groundman to check Slash Cross, and there's the Wind Racks to check Erase Cross, but there's not a whole lot outside of those two. So HonorNite's actually going to have to depend a lot on his crosses to get some of the D-Cross hits onto Symes and deny the Gregar crosses. So it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure, and I don't think it's too bad because Aqua Charge Shot is really strong and very fast, so it's relatively easy to get a D-Cross on those fire crosses. And of course, with all this area, I mean, both players have a lot of area, so it's going to be a really big control board control positioning kind of match. It's going to be very mental, and so we're probably going to be in here for a long one. I'm already assuming.
Yeah, that is probably a safe bet. But yeah, I think with that, we can step into the set.
Alright, let's get it. Neryth, I got my water in my hand, in my little cup, bro. And I'm just watching these games, bro. I don't know what's happening. Oh my gosh, and we got the sound patch. What do you, oh man. Alright, already starting with Bugface in your hand? You're a cheater, Symes! You're a cheater,
one,
bro. Oh my gosh! Yo, I'm so upset. Dodging the Elect Pulse, but still getting clipped by... Wait, I don't think you did dodge the Elect Pulse. I think you took that.
That was not a dodge. Symes got hit by the Elect Pulse, got pulled into the Wind Rack, so took both hits there right off the bat very quickly. And HonorNite really prioritizing this Dust Cross, stepping back and instantly just popping the full cuss there, not willing to take the risk of having this first barrier broken and getting clipped by either a machine gun or Erase Man.
And there it is. A turn 2 Beast Cross here. I think that's pretty interesting. Not sure if... Oh, well, it's very fortunate now. Oh my gosh, it's like he knew.
Ooh, and Symes actually not able to pop this anti-damage until now with the Charge Tackle. HonorNite not able to line up for this Erase Cross before end of turn. But managed to destroy 2/3 of Symes' Sanctuary right there. So those Holy Panels, there's only that one strip of Holy Panels left.
Yeah, a very unfortunate miss on the Erase Man. I think it was just so unfortunate. I think he wanted to go all the way down there and like obviously confirm this Erase Man, but it happened.
Being
Maybe
so close to the end of turn there, it seemed like there just wasn't enough time for HonorNite to step down for it. Maybe just yeah, not able to confirm it, unfortunately.
Yo, the prediction? I don't even think that was a read. That was just a happy mistake that he went into Beast Out and then Symes went for that Sanctuary. There's no way. There's no way he knew. HonorNite, did you know? I'm asking in chat. HonorNite, I need to know. Did you know? Question mark, bro?
Oh, wow. Invis gonna block off this machine gun for the most of the turn. but not the whole turn. Symes does clip HonorNite at the very end there. Unfortunately, this barrier 200 didn't come out in time to protect the Dust Cross.
Would have been very fortunate if it had. Not being any race cross means you're only taking 70 per hit, and if you avoid most of them and take maybe one or two, your barrier will still be intact for the next turn. But unfortunately, he does end up getting clipped at the very end there, like you said, so losing Dust Cross will affect the flow of this match unless HonorNite taps into that inner PZ and draws into his hub batch in this following turn. Yo, how much you want to bet he drew the hub batch?
I don't want to take a bet in either direction, honestly.
Yo, I think he's gonna do it, bro. I think it's gonna happen. Yo, if it happens, I'm walking out. I'm just letting you know.
Oh boy. Well, okay.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Alright,
I'm leaving, bro. Yo, I can't. Oh my god, bro. No way! No way, bro!
Oh, but unfortunately, the anti-damage will protect the slash cross right there. That would have been such a good play right there, getting the D-cross, denying all this this charge shot damage that's now coming through. But Symes did still have that trap.
Masterfully, of course. Symes holding onto that trap was so important, and now ending the turn with a life ore. We did see Holy Panel in the hand, so there is a chance to set up the Dream Aura combo, which is standing on a Holy Panel while having up a Holy Aura. Oh man, I like this sequence here. Symes thinking about it a little bit before locking it in. I really also like the fact that there's also a Holy Panel in the back row over here, which makes it really interesting.
Ooh. So HonorNite removing that life aura and pushing Symes to the back there. But this Blastman SP could be really bad for HonorNite. And yeah, it lands a clean 500 damage and a D-cross right there. Symes does lose this area, so it's not going to be able to use the slash cross charge shot quite yet.
I love that HonorNite ran up there to get as many buster shots as he could. That's what I call chip damage. That's the footsies I came here for. And no! Okay, so Symes is fine. He does still have access to this area grab, which will reclaim the rest of this area for him as well.
With no more area grabs though in this hand, Symes is going to have to consider changing crosses most likely. Or he could just sit in the slash cross but not use the charge shot, but kind of awkward now.
Yeah, it's not the right positioning at the moment for Symes, and I feel like despite being in a slight disadvantage in terms of HP, HonorNite's really catching the stride of the match. The momentum is definitely shifting towards HonorNite for now.
Yeah, it's neck and neck. There's only basically 100 HP difference between the two of these players, and they started only 100 HP apart.
Mm-hmm. I like the decision to go into ground here. This will punish any kind of charge shots. Oh! Element Man will take care of these panels. Unfortunately, only the back row, though. Oh. Does he have time? He doesn't have time. No way. Yeah, no, okay. I was about to say, no way. Oh, and the dodge. Let's go.
Ooh, Symes able to connect with... Oh, no.
Oh,
he
no.
mistimes it.
Unfortunate drop, and now being pressured.
Symes does have this end of turn invis.
Ooh. We do see the Wraithman Star in hand alongside these recovers. Honestly, do you go for Kernel Force? That's a big... How much HP do you have? Can you press select real quick for us, Symes, please? You need to check his HP.
HonorNite is definitely in the danger zone here, but Symes kind of understands. I would think that HonorNite doesn't have enough burst damage to really be able to get through his HP.
Fair enough.
Ooh, Erase Man connects.
Oh, okay. And there's the life aura, expecting the Kernel Force that was so good. Oh, but the reversal! But Proto Man is in hand. What Symes really wants to do right now is clear out. But oh my gosh, that was not on purpose! Yo, HonorNite, you got so lucky! Whoa, no way! HonorNite brought the area grab and went for it, but because of that, Symes accidentally went for a TFC, and then Proto Man went. Oh my gosh, yo, what a game! That was only game 1! Oh my gosh, yo! Turn 1 again with the bug fix! Yo, they're cheating! They're cheating! I swear they are, bro.
In this turn 1, this rock cube field, these rock cubes are gonna go into HonorNite's belly right here. Ooh, actually he chooses to go straight into the next turn with full cost. Not even gonna bother sucking these up on the first turn.
I obviously agree. Yeah, opting to not throw away that hand, obviously you weren't going to throw away a bug fix. Not now, right? But this does give HonorNite some time to go ahead and sift through that folder using his Dustcross, of course, and try to fix the hand in a way that better positions him to punish Symes in the next coming turn. I would be dead if I didn't have this water in my hand right now. This water is giving me energy right now, bro.
Yeah, what color is your sippy cup?
It's black, bro, with a hint of white, bro.
Ooh, there it is.
I'm actually gonna take a picture of it later and send it to the Discord. So if you're in the Discord, you'll get to see what my sippy cup look like.
Oh hell yeah, I'm interested. I'm waiting for that pic.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, that cheeky wind rack from HonorNite.
He really just fished for it, bro.
Both rock cubes missing, so missing a bit of damage from that, but really that was just free damage from the field.
What really mind boggles me is how well HonorNite articulates this folder. You don't understand the pressure in the mind games you have to play with only 5 cards in your hand. Understandably, dust is there, so it does mitigate some of that drawbacks of only having a small hand. But you could lose that at any time, so you have to play so well to guard it. Look at this machine gun in the hand here. 1 charge tackle or 2 on this here barrier, and 1 shot from that machine gun means you lose everything. This is perfect. This is how you defend dust. And then, oh my gosh, deleting that holy panel and now making the holes, which will lock Symes out of the way. Amazing punish game. Amazing punish game here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how I stole a game off this guy right now because he's playing insane. Like, I think, was it a fluke? I don't think I won on purpose at this point. I really don't. Oh no, you're playing insanely right now, yo. I'm not even gonna lie. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm considering this turn very carefully. I think leading with the recover is pretty smart here. You're down on area, which is really not convenient for you right now, especially with the holes. maybe prioritizing getting those panels back is important, but at the same time, HP is just as important, especially since it's not on code with anything in hand right now.
Ooh, oh no, HonorNite, don't do it.
HonorNite, no. HonorNite, no. HonorNite! No, he's not going to. It's not that real. Right.
Alright, so,
Oh,
now it's not possible, right? Oh, jeez, losing that anti-damage to the Erase Man right there.
Okay, it's in play? What's really interesting about HonorNite's folder here, too, is that they're playing E-Code... Oh, excuse me, J-Code. Oh, no, I was right the first time. Oh, no, I was right. J-Code with the 4 Windrax here, right? And what really is interesting is that you usually accompany that kind of strategy with the fast gauge, right? As we've seen with Des or Salad in the past, you know, when she played her famous A-Code folder. It's really interesting to see a reversal of the role, right? Playing the same kind of style, but in a slow gauge turn to really force pressure on the opponent. You know what? in the Twitch chat, Salad is actually saying that there was the perfect setup for an Aqua Spiral. She would have definitely gone for it. And yeah, I definitely agree. Going for Aqua Spiral right there, it was just too perfect to not do it. I'd have threw it at batch 2. I agree.
Ooh, Judgment SP not connecting from HonorNite. Did manage to land a Pulse Rack combo right beforehand though. Ooh, and Ariel canceling each other out here.
Losing that Windrack in this turn was huge. Unfortunately, this Groundman won't even be able to deal with the anti-damage there too. So this is a complete win for Symes, but he still has to find a way to deal with this aura, which means a Beast Out might be coming, or Proto Man SP will have to do the job for him.
So while that Ground Man did not connect due to the Invis, it did crack some of these panels, so Symes is going to have to be careful of his movement here if he wants to preserve his range of movement.
Oh man. Okay, this isn't too terrible. You still have the Proto Man coming out to deal with the aura, and what's HonorNite gonna do? Oh, area grab, I guess. Does he have another one? He does not. Oh, he's looking for the other area grab. He does have it. But what's amazing is that this grab banish will punish the anti-damage, but it will not make HonorNite fight back. So he's going to willingly trade these right now because there's no reason to move otherwise. This forces Symes to use this area grab to play defensively around his charge shot, and then force HonorNite finally to move out. But even then, HonorNite is still winning on trading damage here because of the buster shots.
So I believe we already saw one of Symes' recoveries earlier, and this should be the other one.
Okay, so we do see Sanctuary in hand. A potential change to Heatman? I'm not sure if I agree with this change. I mean, I guess one has to come, right? Slash is no longer doing value, but I would like to see maybe a little bit more of the electric charge shot so you can kind of safely camp back. How do you feel about Heat Cross versus Elect in this very situation?
I mean, a Heat Cross is going to threaten that Tomahawk, so I do think for the cross mind game, this is going to put some pressure on the HonorNite here.
Oh, so cheeky! Tried to run up and get that buster in. Oh man. Oh no! And losing the intangibility, getting punished for camping forward. HonorNite no longer caring about having Tomahawk, deciding maybe we're gonna change that cross anyway. I'm gonna pressure with some damage and get in your face here.
The big issue here is actually that HonorNite doesn't have any Aqua chips, so having already used SoulXCross earlier, there's now no way to get Symes out of the Heat Cross. And while Heat Cross, you would normally consider it, not too amazing as an offensive Gregor cross, it is actually still pretty good, especially in this type of matchup. Symes considering his options here. Elect Cross, I don't believe HonorNite has the tools to punish Elect Cross anymore now that Tomahawk has been burned.
I do feel like this is the better cross to be in, especially now. We were able to deal with the Tomahawk man on the opposite side, and now I know for sure once Elect Cross comes out, it will be in play. Going to Erase was avoided this entire match simply because we know that there's multiple wind racks in that folder, and HonorNite would love a chance to greet it with one of those back smacks. But we don't want that to happen here, and playing around that is excellent for Symes right now.
Yeah, it's such a balancing game because you want to win out in this the cross mind games and get the upper hand there, but also you have to keep in mind how quickly you're progressing your own folder, because Symes does have this great defensive turn here. Recovery 300s, already standing on Sanctuary, and has the spare Holy Panel to play with. So this is a great neutral position. And even though HonorNite has area grabbed this one set of Holy Panels now.
Oh my gosh, HonorNite just trading charge shots. No fear in this man's heart. He's camping forward like a champ. He says, I live here now, and this is where I'm staying.
Holy moly, I don't think Symes landed a single charge shot there, while HonorNite landed multiple charge shots. Obviously it's just normal charge shots, base Mega Man form for HonorNite, but still quite a bit of damage coming down.
Well, that damage has to stop. Okay, in the last turn, Symes did manage to get one shot in, but HonorNite just playing really well around with the shield as well. Nice. Symes was trying to punish that shield drop just now, but honestly, it's a double-edged sword. You can't aim in the place where they're shielding. You kind of have to aim away, and here it is. Tengu will easily deal with... Oh, but the Blast Man is in hand. It will connect. 500 damage on the board, and not just like that, Symes in a leading position. Just one or two of these charge shots. Rather, 3 or 4, actually. Oh, it's so close! We have Colonel Force and Beast out, still available, excuse me.
By this point, Symes doesn't even need the Beast boost here.
Connects! And we're going to game 3. How fitting to end the day with this Battle Network 1 music. The game that started the franchise to end the stream. Let's give it to the Battle Network. Oh my gosh, the first theme in the whole series.
Yeah, this is definitely a nostalgia blast. And this has been an insane set so far from these two players. Really back and forth, neck and neck death match between them. So now we're seeing a perma-hole bottom field with ice panels to start with. This is definitely a field that Symes might have some struggles with, not able to get as much Colonel Force damage as he wants here.
It's true, but it does kind of go both ways in this instance, right? Hold on a second. Turn 2 bug fix? Yo, how? Ow! Ow! Oh, whatever, man. I'm over it at this point. Clearly, you guys are made of tougher stuff than I am. Like, what is this, bro? Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro. I can't. But anyway, the reason why this field is sort of advantageous for Symes as well is because now it looks like HonorNite won't be able to back row pressure with Tengu, and then like there's just a lot of stuff he can't do either. So it kind of works out in the favor of both players, but I do feel like losing out on a Giga is way more impactful than losing out on some charge shot potential.
It's kind of hard to say, and that's a very good point about the charge shot potential being lost here for HonorNite, because we've all seen how devastating a Tengu lock can be. Right? A Tengu lock over a slow gauge turn can basically be a Giga's worth of damage.
It's true. Four of those is the base, if not more.
Yeah, definitely it is. It can be extremely lethal. So that's a really good point. So both players losing out on some damage potential here. We're gonna have to see how each player adapts to this and tries to play around it.
Rush gonna be eaten away, but thankfully there is a barrier in place, so not losing that is really nice, and changing the field to be a little bit more lenient and possibly strengthen the power of a Blast Man. Really good. Oh, and there goes Bug Fix on the opposite side. Yet another cheater. How interesting. I can't with you people, bro. Oh my gosh. You know what? I think it's fair that HonorNite got it because he's playing Dust, right? The build is meant to do that, right? My man Luxac drew it hard every game, bro.
Yeah, it is a little bit more understanding to draw an early bug fix when you've got that chip shuffle equivalent. Not quite chip shuffle, of course, and how it functions, but the trash shoot from Falzar. Symes, on the other hand, just those draws have been kind of insane.
I've been playing games with cards for years, bro, so he knows how to shuffle the good chips to the top of the deck. That's what we're seeing here. Poker player Symes, bro.
Ooh, so this Raceman is going to connect, but it's not a terrible situation for Symes. At least it didn't destroy this anti-damage, and now Symes does get the time freeze potential. Pops it here, and it will protect against this ground man, so really getting a pretty good deal here.
Symes using the value of the Buster Bug here to try and chip away at some of this barrier damage here, or barrier health rather. Before popping off, oh, but unfortunately the turn is nearing an end. Might as well get value out of this Blast Man. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Okay. I was literally confused for 2 seconds since Symes had Cust 8. I just remembered that Charge Cross gives you more chips over time. So for those who don't know, the longer you're in Charge Cross, every consecutive passing turn will give you an additional chip to choose from, which is why it's so strong in Graveyard starting out sometimes, because it allows you to increase the hand size. Really good information to know there, and how to use the class very well. I said class, I meant to say cross.
Symes stepping away from that Judge Man right there, not getting the paralysis hit.
We do see the end of turn Windrack there, so I think a cross change or a beast out is gonna happen in this upcoming turn. maybe not a beast out, but definitely like a cross chain to Tomahawk maybe, just to try and avoid getting paralyzed or getting set up in a situation. Especially since we know Blastman is no longer in the picture. I think Tomahawk is more than fair to go into here.
The major problem of going to Tomahawk this early would be that Symes still has a Heat Cross to deal with it, and basically there ends up being this triangle. Once Heat Cross deals with Tomahawk Cross, Symes can go into E-like Cross, which is a really strong, just a really strong cross for charge shots to play with any level of area control. So basically, in terms of the cross mind games here, it's not so easy to approach going into Tomahawk from HonorNite's side. Going into it a little bit too early could be a huge problem.
Yeah, that is true. The threat of Fire Cross, or Heat Cross rather, is a little scary, but as I predicted, it does come into play here. Whether that's a good thing is going to have to play out very soon. Nice Buster Blood procs here, doing a decent amount of damage while Symes had paralysis. Windrak is in hand. Oh, the counter hit! And there it is. Colonel Force is in the hand. But how will Symes approach this turn? Even though having such a powerful chip is really good to be in your hand right at this moment, Symes still has to consider, is it worth it? Knowing that the opponent has Tomahawk right now, the safer play might be just to go into the T-Cross, get a charge shot in, if possible, on a grass panel as well, then try to go for the Colonel Force finish. Oh wow, shoutouts to Justin Wong in chat. That's actually really cool. Oh, we got raided. That is awesome. Yo, hold on. Shoutouts to the raid. Thank you guys for tuning into some Battle Network hype. The stream has been stupendous so far. It's really entertaining to watch these sets and watch these players play out these matches. Life Aura is finally up on this side, which will protect from this Heat Cross, but Proto Man has other things in mind, taking away this Life Aura and trying to push advantage here. Oh, that's really bad. HonorNite is now within range and can get punished really badly, especially for camping on a grass panel.
HonorNite really step onto these grass panels against Symes' Heat Charge shot. That would be a ×3 hit, so losing Tomahawk here would put HonorNite at risk of getting a really lethal Colonel Force hit right here. So Symes really wanted to remove this Tomahawk Cross to confirm a huge chunk of the Colonel Force damage, but really just popping the Giga at this point while HonorNite still has Tomahawk Cross would allow HonorNite to step down, dodge most of it thanks to those two permaholes at the center of the field. Both players here kind of whittling each other down. Symes getting the edge over HonorNite here thanks to these holy panels.
Oh man, yeah, these holy panels have been paying dividends to Symes' build here, surviving a lot of key hits. Going into... Yo, wow, how amazing that was just now. Going into this ground cross, was that a read? Going into the slash cross from HonorNite, and now trying to get a punish here with this charge shot. But it's not quite lighting up the way he wants it to, but maybe it will now. The freeze has a long-lasting status effect, and this will do it! A D-Cross! Nice!
Losing slash cross here was huge. Symes did not have any means of confirming the charge shots from slash cross anymore, so this is going to be Symes' last gambit, his final gambit here, trying to connect with this Colonel Force.
This is it. HonorNite has to survive this Colonel Force. That's the only way he can win right now. But does he have a way? There it is! He makes it to the end of the turn!
So the only avenue for HonorNite to escape from the remains of this Kernel Force is to go into Beastover, which he does.
Yo, let's go!
But this is turn 10. There are still 5 more turns left until the damage judge. Until basically the timer runs out here. So even though HonorNite gets this 1 turn of invulnerability with Beastover and this random movement, his HP is rapidly going to deplete itself to 1 HP. It's just going to drain all the way down. Oh wow.
Oh, hold on. No.
Just the final little bit of style for HonorNite. Knowing he's going down, pops that shield, blocks the beast charge from Symes. Just a little bit of cheek at the very end. And
You can't. Oh my god, yo, what? You can't just block that. That was a flex. He said, yeah, you won the game, bro, but I'll be back because I'm going to the loser bracket and I am coming back into this top tier bracket with a vengeance, bro. I'm not done. This is not the last of me, bro. Yo, HonorNite goes down with honor indeed. That was amazing.
yeah, an insane set between these two players. Really close, and just a contest of like resource management, really a holding on to those chips at the right time at the right moment, you know, using everything they had against each other, just using up all of their resources. It was a totally crazy set, and you know, I wasn't joking when I said that opposite version matchups, Gregor versus Falzar, I really preferred over mirror matchups, you know, Gregor versus Gregor and Falzar versus Falzar, because you know, you could see it in that last set. Just the cross mind games are so deep. There's just so much complexity in it, and there's so many different directions you can go, right? And there was that crazy moment, like you pointed out. You mentioned Symes went into slash cross and HonorNite went to ground cross on that same turn. Some like just a crazy level of prediction or calculation, or even just like measuring out, well, if my opponent goes into this cross and I'm stuck in this cross, what's going to happen? So what's the path I can take that's going to give me the best results, and what's the probability that my opponent goes into this cross versus staying in this cross? All of this just you know, people, especially for casual viewers, you know, people who don't really play any PvP in the series, or haven't played PvP in a long time, it's easy to approach these sets and look at them and be like, hey, they're spending a lot of time in Cust. How come they're spending so long just to lock in your chips, and press OK. You know, go into the turn. But in these types of matchups, it can be so difficult. It can be so pivotal. Going into the wrong cross at the wrong time, that can just ruin the rest of that 10-minute set, right? That 10-minute game.
Of course. Not just that either. Putting the chips in your hand in the wrong order can simply throw off. Like, look, HonorNite almost lost Tengu to a Proto Man because he brought area grab first, but he luckily was able to squeeze out that area grab to have a TFC for that Proto Man. So it wasn't HonorNite, excuse me, it was the match beforehand. So we have instances where the wrong order can be a big factor in the game as well. I do want to give a little shout out or a response to one of our Twitch chat users by the name of Anime Artist Gamer. They say, I get it, but I would still prefer both players going in blind as opposed to showing your folder to each other. It feels like it takes the strategy out of the game if both players know what chips they have each. Now, I understand the mindset behind this because there can be a degree of strategy and it's a different kind of meta when both players don't know what's in each other's setups. Correct. However, I'll raise you this. In a fighting game, like playing Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom or even playing Street Fighter, when you play against your opponent, you see the character that they have. If I choose Makoto and my opponent chooses Chun-Li, then obviously I'm going to know the matchup. I know what Chun-Li can do. I know she has spinning bird kick, for example, and I know that I have some insane pressure that can beat that move. So, moves that I have are already available to my opponent. That doesn't mean the opponent cannot win, or I just simply beat the opponent because I know what they can do. I simply just readjust my strategy to try and better position myself against their win condition. It's establishing your win condition, right? You need to have an understanding of the game in order to effectively play against someone else's build. It's not as simple as choosing chips and just winning the game. It doesn't remove the strategy of element, it enforces it, in fact. I know that you have this, and you know that I know that you have this. So how do you use it to make yourself ahead in the match?
So it's a really interesting discussion, open setups versus closed setups, what it promotes. And what we found as a community is that having closed setups, so not being able to see your opponent's setups at any point in time, um, other than the issues that have been brought up in Twitch chat and have been brought up time and time again, this has been discussed a lot in the N1GP Discord as well. Is my personal opinion, my personal take on this is also that having closed setups, not being able to see your opponent's folder and build, what it also leads to is an increase in the viability of cheesier setups. And you might think, well, doesn't that mean there's a little bit more build variety? Doesn't that mean there's a greater variety, diversity in viable strategies? It's actually, I want to say, and this is coming from me, and I like to play stuff that's kind of cheesy. I like to play stuff that's offbeat, right? But I'm going to say that if you can't see your opponent's build and you can't see your opponent's folder, um, the number of times you're going to end up getting cheesed by Godon Gundel Soul 3, right? Or any kind of similar setups, or just some really cheesy stuff. The number of times that's going to end up happening to you, what it does is it pushes the meta in a very specific direction, and it pushes it towards this kind of like it pushes it towards being solved, right? Because while the possibility of a person using Get and Gundel Soul 3 on me and just vaporizing me in one turn, that
Right,
possibility
right.
that's too deadly. That's too lethal. So in that case, every single Gregor player will just run air shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what it does is it over time, if you switch to closed setups from open setups, you'll experience a very brief period, in my opinion, of increased build diversity. But within a very, very short period of time, what you're going to see is that's going to drastically drop. It's going to decrease to its utmost
Mm-hmm.
minimum. You're going to see almost no build diversity whatsoever once you see completely closed setups. And people realize, I don't want to get cheesed by this specific build. I have to run this now. And
Right.
everyone's just going to have this kind of stuff going on. And we've tried it before. We've tried
Yep.
closed setups with two
Yes.
folders.
Yep.
We've
We
tried
did.
it, and all that does is it promotes scouting, right? So at that point, you go, well, I wanna know what my opponent's gonna run, so I can know which of my folders to take into this matchup. And what it ends up becoming is metagaming in a really unhealthy way, right? It's metagaming in a really skeevy way. Like it's not thinking um, basically it starts forcing players to go outside of the box and also go outside of like the rules and also go outside of the spirit of sportsmanship and competition, right? You're no longer competing to see who's like the best player. Now you're adding in like the social aspect to a game that is supposed to be about skill and about reactions and about execution. Now you're adding in a social element of, well,
Mm-hmm.
I need to do
Mm-hmm.
all of this stuff outside of the game just to have a chance. So that's my take on it.
So
There's also another. Oh, yes. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no, you go, Mr. Soul.
Yeah, there's also one more element that you completely neglect. Yes, I see the deck, but that does not equate to the reaction and the play that I'm playing during the match at all. I have to play the match. I may know what's in your hand, but I still have to execute that plan to come out on top, right? So that is another element. This isn't just a card game. This is an action chess RPG, bro. There's many layers to it. But yeah, I'll rest my case on that one. I'm sorry, Sal. Please go ahead.
So I just want to mention that when we did have closed setups and we had 2 folders, most competitive players would load one folder to be against a Bowser matchup, and the other folder to be against a Greygard folder. And that's not a problem because you don't know what your opponents are running, right? But people would naturally talk after the match in the tournament and be like, "Oh man, you totally got me with that Kernel Force." And now suddenly everyone in the tournament knows that player is running Kernel Force. And then there's just the silent gasp in the online room, and everyone else that hasn't played them yet is like, I guess I'll switch to my Greygard folder if I have to play them now. And that's not a good feeling. I know I meant to do that, but it was awkward. It was not great. And with that discussion, okay, first of all, I want to give a shout out to the raid. Wow, that woke me up. And it's really unfortunate that it was right during our last match. So now we're having this philosophical discussion about closed setups instead of action. I'm sorry, guys. Best I can do for you is hit the shiny transition because you guys missed it. Gotta get mileage. Okay, so I totally forgot, but after a few rounds ago, that was actually the end of the quarterfinals, which was Symes beating WeenieWhistle, HonorNite beating Neryth, Salad beating Thiago, Virillion beating Nonstopmop, and right after that we had the final 2 matches to stream, which was Symes beating HonorNite and Salad beating Virillion. Which should be like this. And with that, next week we're gonna be playing out the winners finals and then following the losers bracket up into grand finals. So all the players you've seen so far are not out just yet, and this is what it's gonna look like in losers next week when we start. So we will have quite a few matchups. Dorman versus Desmond, Thiago versus Rocku, Neryth versus Godon, WeenieWhistle versus Nonstopmop to start, and HonorNite and Virillion are waiting for their opponents after 2 rounds. And with that, that's gonna be the end of the stream, but before then, I want to give a shout out to Zay for donating once again and making his role as the guy that donates every single stream consistent so far. So yeah, we do have a Ko-Fi, guys, and thank you very much for supporting us so far. It's still in the works, but we have a merchandise store coming up in the works. So we are hoping to get more information on that next week, or maybe in the break after the tournament ends. Wow, what is happening with the screen? Yep, M1 GP merch. We got a yoga mat coming up. I'm really excited for that. For you guys that are a fan of, oops, how did this get here? But if you're a fan of this stream, I hope you'll look forward to the yoga mat. I know I am. The mat is real. It's gonna be real. We're gonna be printing it out soon for a test run, hopefully. Yes, it is a sanctuary panel, a very cozy sanctuary panel. Wait, you guys thought I was kidding about the yoga mat? You think I joke about these things? No, I'm 100% serious. I need that in my life, and I hope you do too. Yeah, I really want the cob cloth mask coming out too. I think some of you have seen the teaser for that one. Okay, and with that, we'll be going on into the credits. I want to give a shout out to Symes, SoulXCross, and Neryth, and also SymesXCross for casting today, just like they covered the rest of the tournament so far. And I want to thank Enduring Ray and Eurasia for helping with the setups, as well as Shadow. And thank you to Salad for Oh man, I was gonna make a joke, but I already screwed it up. Thank you for Salad, making the setups, and the stream layout. It's me, player 0. Okay, I give up.
Thank you to Salad for the salad.
Yeah, for the salad. Thank you very much, guys, and we'll see you next week to cover the rest of the tournament. It's gonna be a 4-week tournament at this rate. Yep, we'll have it either Saturday or Sunday. We're still determining the schedule. We'll have an announcement on the Discord when we finalize it. Thank you for watching, everyone, and again, thank you for the raid. Who here loved Mega Man? Alright, we'll be closing out and leaving it on the stream for a bit. Again, thank you everyone for being here. And remember, if you want to get set up, or if you're just curious about the game but interested in trying it out, come on and join the Discord. We're always happy to help you set up. And even if you don't know what to play, there are formats of automated setups for you, so you can just get in and try playing